Chapter 1225. They did it. Yuan Pokong suddenly flew into a rage and said, "Damn it, how dare those bastards from Wuxing School? Do they want to be enemies with the whole world?" After 8th Sister Zhu and the others broke the news that Wuxing School had stolen the Qingming River's water vein, the whole cultivation world was already in turmoil. The accusation of taking advantage of the situation was just a means by which 8th Sister Zhu wanted to gain the moral upper hand. The groundless accusation of leading Mara's army to besiege Nine Xuanwu Tower was just a means by which 8th Sister Zhu caused the cultivation world to be dissatisfied with Nine Xuanwu Tower. 8th Sister Zhu's ultimate goal was to focus the entire cultivation world's attention on Wuxing School, and at the same time, encourage others to destroy Wuxing School's plan to connect the two water veins. Qingming River's water vein was the world's largest water vein. Not to mention how much Nine Xuanwu Tower and Skyward Pavilion had gained from it, there were countless great divines who had cultivated in seclusion in Qingming River. Wuxing School had secretly stolen the Qingming River's water vein. Previously, these great divines had been forced out of the water vein by the turbulence of the water vein and had to stop cultivating. But soon, they heard that Mara's army had besieged Nine Xuanwu Tower, and Nine Xuanwu Tower had to use the Qingming River's water vein wantonly in order to protect themselves. This was naturally understandable. But now that the truth had been revealed, it was clear that Wuxing School had interfered with their cultivation. Moreover, after stealing a part of the Qingming River's water vein, it would inevitably affect the use of the entire Qingming River's water vein. This was undoubtedly bad news for these great divines who were mostly individual cultivators. Damn it! These rich and powerful holy lands usually took advantage of the best resources in the cultivation world by force. This time, they didn't even let go of the Qingming River's water vein. It was already difficult for itinerant cultivators like them to cultivate. To be able to reach the level of great divinity, the amount of effort they put in private was often many times more difficult than the cultivators in the noble holy lands. However, in their view, the noble holy lands were obviously continuing to be aggressive, reducing the living space of itinerant cultivators like them in the cultivation world. Therefore, they were very unhappy, especially about Wuxing School's behavior. However, if they wanted these old and sophisticated individual cultivators to cause trouble for Wuxing School, it was naturally impossible. But if someone took the initiative to cause trouble for Wuxing School, these unrestrained great divines who were individual cultivators would not mind hitting them when they were down. Now, there was no doubt that 8th Sister Zhu was the best candidate to take the lead. She was born in Nine Mystical Tower and was also a cultivator in the Holy Land. She had passed 3 thunder tribulations and was a direct victim of Wuxing School's theft of the Qingming River's water vein. No matter from which point of view, 8th Sister Zhu was the most suitable candidate for those who were unhappy with Wuxing School's behavior. 8th Sister Zhu did not seem to have any objection to this. On the contrary, compared to helping Nine Mystical Tower, which was besieged by Mara's army, 8th Sister Zhu seemed to be more interested in destroying Wuxing School's theft of the Qingming River's water vein. However, at this time, the Five Elements sect was like an arrow on a bow that had to be released. In order to obtain the water vein of the Qingming River, the Five Elements sect had planned for a long time, and the specific implementation had been prepared for more than 10 years. In fact, in order to obtain this opportunity, the Five Elements sect might have paid a lot more than what was widely speculated. If Wuxing School had not secretly manipulated Nine Mystical Towers' disaster, few people in the cultivation world would have believed it at this time. Just as Yuan Pokong was clamoring to go with Xiao Baiyu and the other 3 pure young cultivators, Laozu, to make trouble with Wuxing School, 7 fans Laozu and Yuan Xiaotian also showed the same intention. Wuxing School was already powerful enough as one of the 5 holy lands of Middle Mainland. If the water vein's defect was fixed, Wuxing School's overall strength would be improved again. This was obviously what Tianxian's sect, which was currently suppressed by Wuxing School, did not want to see. Therefore, 7 fans Laozu obviously did not want to see Wuxing School succeed. Similarly, Yuan clan, the world's #1 aristocratic family and could even be said to be the world's #1 major force. This was because Wuxing School was located not too far away from Yuan clan. Although Yuan clan had always been aloof, they could not afford to offend Wuxing School, a holy land in the world. However, at the very least, they had to make the snoring sound of this other person next to their bed when he slept soundly. However, at this time, the three of them mostly looked at Xiao Baiyu's expression, as if these supreme existences, whose names shook the cultivation world, had to follow Xiao Baiyu's lead. As for Feng Lu, another pure young cultivator, Laozu, his status was even more aloof. People from Spirit Beast sect had always been very eccentric, and he was a man of few words. However, they all knew that Feng Lu seemed to have been invited by Xiao Baiyu this time. On the surface, Xiao Baiyu seemed to be very polite to Feng Lu, but in fact, Feng Lu had been silently supporting all of Xiao Baiyu's decisions. Moreover, Feng Lu was not a kind person. When he stirred up the cultivation world as an Empyrean wayfarer and bathed the world in blood, the other three had clearly seen his strength. Perhaps, except for Xiao Baiyu, who was the most abnormal guy, no one dared to say that they could defeat him. Since the two most powerful people had reached an agreement, the gang formed by the 5 pure young Laozu clans could only be led by Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu closed his eyes and said nothing. Beside him, Yuan Pokong suddenly lost his calm and said impatiently, Old Xiao, what's wrong with you? You just watched Wuxing School steal the water vein. If they succeed in one vein, Wuxing School's strength will definitely increase greatly. In 100 years, it will be able to stand side by side with Ziyang Palace and Crystal Palace. In 500 years, its strength will even surpass the two palaces. Xiao Baiyu suddenly opened his eyes. A look of shock appeared in the eyes of the world's number 1 pure yang. Beside him, the extremely pure young Laozu clans were all experienced in observing people's expressions. Seeing that Xiao Baiyu, who had always been calm and confident, actually lost his composure for a moment, they all looked solemn. Yuan Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Xiao, did you notice something? Although these pure young Laozu clans were all arrogant, they had no choice but to behave in front of Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu was far above them in both scheming and strength. This battle is not going to be easy. Qi Fan Laozu frowned and asked Xiao Baiyu, why? Have the 5 pure young from Wuxing School come out in full force? Xiao Baiyu smiled bitterly and said, it's even more powerful than that. This time, not only Qi Fan Laozu, but even Feng Lu, who had always been cold, had a change of expression. He said, Supreme powerhouses? The few pure young cultivators did not say anything. They knew very well what supreme powerhouses meant to them. However, Xiao Baiyu smiled, but his expression did not look too good. He said, it's not the one from Wuxing School. I'm afraid they've invited the biggest wine cup in the cultivation world that's used to suppress sects. Moreover, all the pure young 5 disciples from Wuxing School are indeed here. The 5 pure young words from Wuxing School naturally referred to the 5 pure young cultivators from Wuxing School. The inheritance of Wuxing School had always been strange. Usually, only one pure young cultivator would be born in each generation of each of the 5 lineages of Wuxing School. Therefore, except when the new and the old changed, there would usually only be 5 pure young Laozu clans in Wuxing School. However, it was not easy to gather these 5 pure young Laozu clans, especially when the watercut lineage, which was pointed out by Broken Water Laozu, became more and more obvious. The inheritance of the watercut lineage was often interrupted, and the pure young cultivators of the watercut lineage had failed several times. This caused the pure young 5 disciples of Wuxing School to only be the pure young 4 disciples for a long time. This was also the reason why Wuxing School insisted on making up for the defects of the watercut lineage completely after the watercut lineage finally produced a pure young cultivator. In the past thousands of years, it seemed that this was the best time. However, the 5 pure young Laozu clans, in addition to their excellent cultivation and strength, the most important thing was that none of them could join hands to set up the secret Dao soldier formation of Wuxing School. How powerful would the formation set up by the 5 pure young Laozu clans as Dao soldiers be? It was recorded clearly in the cultivation world. It can rival the strong of the Supreme Master. What was the strong of the Supreme Master? Who could make the pure young Laozu clans change their expressions and make Xiao Baiyu, who was the best pure young cultivator in the world, smile bitterly? This time, Wuxing School's stealing of the Qingming River's water vein had been exposed. Eighth Sister Zhu and those sects and hidden forces who were unwilling to let Wuxing School go further would inevitably join hands to attack. If Wuxing School didn't want their more than 10 years of planning to go to waste, they could only take it by force. However, Wuxing School was very clear about what kind of situation they were going to face. Almost half of the cultivation world was against them. On the surface, there were already 2 pure young Laozu clans from Nine Mysteries Tower and Skyward Pavilion. Who else was hidden? Would Laozu of Qianxian sect, who had been suppressed by Wuxing School, come? Would Xiao Baiyu, who had participated in the siege of Wuxing School in the Qingming River, come? Would Xiao Baiyu invite a few people to come here? Would the powerful divines who were hiding in the water vein of the Qingming River, come? No matter how he thought about it, the 5 pure young patriarchs of the 5 Elements sect had no choice but to join forces. It seemed that only this one could hold the situation. After all, once the 5 pure young patriarchs set up the pure young 5 Elements formation, they would be able to challenge even supreme beings. How many pure young patriarchs would they have to fear? Pure young cultivators also cherished their lives. If Wuxing School was determined to win this time, who would risk their lives to fight against Wuxing School? What's more, Wuxing School had brought something with them this time. It was a treasure that had stabilized Wuxing School's fate for tens of thousands of years. It had been worshipped by Wuxing School since the 5 Laozu clans of Wuxing School founded their sect. With this treasure, Wuxing School believed that no one could stop Wuxing School's request for the Qingming River's water vein this time, unless the strong masters of the other holy lands took the risk and appeared. Chapter 1226. Were there any existences in the cultivation world that had achieved true spirit? Lu Ping himself had believed from the beginning that there was a Laozu that had achieved true spirit in this world, but he had never been able to verify it. Lu Ping had once asked Celestial Phenomenon Laozu about this question. Although Celestial Phenomenon Laozu had never truly verified these things, he still believed that Laozu, who had achieved true spirit, existed in the cultivation world. Although a Grand Ginseng Laozu had appeared in Zhenling's history, Grand Ginseng Laozu had only appeared for a short time, like a shooting star. After achieving true spirit, he had disappeared without a trace and did not leave behind too much information for Zhenling. Otherwise, even if Grand Ginseng Laozu, who had achieved true spirit, had stayed in Zhenling for 30 to 50 years, the foundation he had left behind would not have taken Zhenling 6,000 years to finally have the opportunity to become a large sect. It had to be said that Grand Ginseng Laozu had contributed a lot to Zhenling back then. Before he had achieved true spirit, he had already been the pure young Laozu, whose name had shaken the entire cultivation world. This kind of person had once raised Zhenling's strength and made a huge contribution to the growth of its foundation. Originally, with the things that Grand Ginseng Laozu had brought to Zhenling, it was completely possible for Zhenling to become a large sect 6,000 years ago and pass down its strong foundation in one fell swoop. However, at that time, Grand Ginseng Laozu had wholeheartedly wanted to reach the true spirit realm, so Zhenling had naturally supported him with all their strength. Moreover, they were looking forward to Grand Ginseng Laozu becoming a true spirit. Zhenling's strength and status would increase in Zhenling, even suppressing the only large sect in the Northern Sea, the Feiling sect. In order for this Grand Ginseng to successfully reach the true spirit realm, the entire Zhenling could be said to have used all their strength to help Grand Ginseng Laozu. The foundation that Grand Ginseng Laozu had accumulated for Zhenling was not only taken out at this time, he had also placed all the foundation accumulated by the previous generations of Zhenling cultivators on Grand Ginseng Laozu. Zhenling was gambling on the rewards Grand Ginseng Laozu would receive after successfully reaching the true spirit realm. As long as Grand Ginseng Laozu reached the true spirit realm, in the eyes of the entire Zhenling, Zhenling would definitely welcome an unprecedented glory. But the final result made all of Zhenling want to cry. Grand Ginseng Laozu was indeed worthy of being the most outstanding cultivator in Zhenling's 10,000 years of inheritance. It was true that he had successfully reached the true spirit realm, but before Zhenling could excitedly prepare for the most glorious moment since the founding of the sect, just a year later, Grand Ginseng Laozu had no choice but to leave this world. The situation at that time was extremely sudden. It was said that as soon as Grand Ginseng Laozu stabilized his true spirit realm, he was immediately strongly rejected by this world. In order to not be destroyed by this world, Grand Ginseng Laozu had no choice but to leave the northern ice plains, following the footprints left by the seventh patriarch when the heavens were first opened. Grand Ginseng Laozu's sudden departure was undoubtedly a huge blow to the confident Zhenling. Zhenling, who had just seen the hope of rising, was immediately suppressed by the sects of the Northern Sea, led by the Flying Spirit sect. Fortunately, even though Grand Ginseng Laozu had only reached the true spirit realm for a short year, he had left behind many methods for Zhenling to protect itself, allowing them to recover from the suppression of the sects of the Northern Sea. But it also completely destroyed Zhenling's dream of becoming a large sect, until today, 6,000 years later. And Lu Ping had asked Chu Haitian, Sang Yu, Xie Tianyang and the others about this question, but they did not believe that true spirit adepts existed in this world. Because they came from the holy lands of the noble clans, they had produced many true spirit adepts, so they had enough right to speak on this matter. In this world, the movement of true spirit adepts was too big, so big that this world could not tolerate the existence of true spirit adepts. Therefore, every true spirit adept could be detected by almost all the Dharma adepts and above in the cultivation world, so once a true spirit adept was achieved, it was extremely difficult to hide it. Not only that, it was very difficult for a true spirit adept to stay in this world for too long. Therefore, in the holy lands of the noble clans, any pure yang adept who had the confidence to achieve true spirit adept would not easily break through to the next realm. Because once they broke through to the next realm and achieved true spirit, it often meant that they would have to leave this world. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the pure yang Laozu in the holy lands of the noble clans were not willing to achieve true spirit adepts early. Only then did Lu Ping understand. Originally, that Taishan Laozu of his own sect had been too impatient. Back then, Zhenling had even boasted that Taishan Laozu was a genius in the world. In just 100 years after achieving pure yang, he had succeeded in becoming a true spirit adept. He was truly a rare genius in the cultivation world. But from Lu Ping's point of view, if Taishan Laozu had been able to suppress his desire to achieve true spirit adept before he had advanced to pure yang, he could have completely stopped at pure yang cultivation for 200 to 300 years. With such a pure yang Laozu overseeing things, in addition to the 200 to 300 years of accumulation, Zhenling would have already advanced to a large sect 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Why would he have waited until now? In reality, Zhenling had already understood this logic. However, so what if he understood it? Becoming a true spirit adept was not something that could be achieved easily. One only needed to look at those large sects that had existed for a long time in the cultivation world to understand. Before Fei Ling sect had been destroyed, it had nearly 20,000 years of history. It had produced 3 true spirit Laozu, while Ying Tian sect had produced 4. Furthermore, 2 of them had been the founders of different sects, Laozu. As for other sects like Tian Shen sect, Skyrend, and Heavenly Moon sect, they had only produced 3 to 5 true spirit Laozu. As for sects like the Northern Alliance, not a single true spirit Laozu had appeared. Of course, there were also large sects like Purple Talisman Pavilion, Wind Thunder Island, Magic Cloud City, Tai Shen sect, and Western Desolation Palace that had been supported by the 6 sacred lands. Due to too many restrictions, they were unable to break free from the shadow of the sacred lands. Although they had the strength of large sects, they had never produced a pure yang or true spirit Laozu. Of course, if these sects could produce such a talented person who could break free from the sacred land's secret control, then they would be like Tian Shen sect and Ying Tian sect, breaking free from the sacred land's control and becoming truly independent large sects. In reality, for those large sects, it was a good thing that Laozu had become a pure yang. However, if this Laozu insisted on breaking through to the true spirit realm, it would become a burden to the sect he was in. Becoming a true spirit was a huge consumption of cultivation resources for a pure yang Laozu. Even for those large sects with deep legacies and resources, it was an unbearable burden. 6,000 years ago, Zhenling had already prepared enough resources to become a large sect. However, because Taishan Laozu had advanced to the true spirit realm, most of these resources had been used up. In the end, Taishan Laozu had left this world a year after becoming a true spirit, and Junling had completely sunk into oblivion. Under the combined suppression of the various sects in the North Sea, they were almost annihilated. This situation also existed for the large sects. However, those large sects had finally learned their lesson. Whenever a pure yang cultivator appeared, they would do their best to delay the growth of their cultivation. At the same time, they would do their best to collect large amounts of cultivation resources in preparation for becoming a true spirit. However, once a cultivator became a pure yang cultivator, their cultivation would constantly increase even if they did not deliberately cultivate. This was because at this time, the Dharma form in pure yang Laozu's heart space had passed through the third lightning tribulation and absorbed enough pure yang qi. The pure yang Dharma form was constantly transforming. Once it completely fused with the body, it would become a true spirit. At that moment, the pure yang patriarch had no choice but to advance to the true spirit stage. Otherwise, if the Dharma idol and the fleshly body were to fuse for too long, the thick pure yang energy would turn the fleshly body into nothingness and the cultivator would fall. In order to become a true spirit before he died, pure yang Laozu had no choice but to prepare a large amount of cultivation resources so that the Dharma form that had fused with the body could become a true spirit in a short time and avoid the fate of dying. In fact, when many pure yang Laozu reached this step, it was no longer a matter of whether or not their sects were willing to prepare a large amount of cultivation resources for them to become true spirits. Under the pressure of pure yang Laozu, their sects had no choice but to prepare these things for them. Every cultivator who reached the pure yang stage stood at the top of their sects. It could even be said that they had reached the point where they could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. In front of them, all the traditions and rules of the sect had lost their binding effect. Even if they had selfish motives, who in the sect would dare to oppose them? In the cultivation world, there were many sects that were on the verge of death in order to advance to a true spirit after they had produced a pure yang cultivator. There were many sects that even fell apart. As a small medium-sized sect, Junling was able to maintain its original strength after pure yang Laozu advanced to a true spirit. From this point of view, besides the fact that Junling had indeed prepared sufficient resources at that time, it could be said that pure yang Laozu had considered a lot for Junling. Although Lu Ping had heard these things from his good friends such as Chu Haishan, Sang Yu, and Xie Tianyang, Lu Ping could naturally distinguish many loopholes and doubts from these information. Many of the things they said were even avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. They only talked about how pure yang Laozu in some large sects and large tribes in the cultivation world dealt with the relationship between his own cultivation and the sects. However, they obviously avoided talking about how the 6 sacred lands and large tribes like the green sea snake dealt with these matters. However, he also knew that most of these things were related to the secrets of their respective sects and families. It was already very commendable that they were willing to share so much information with Lu Ping. Lu Ping carefully noted down the information and did not ask any more questions. In his heart, he only felt gratitude towards these few good friends of his. This was also the reason why Lu Ping had always spared no effort in collecting all kinds of cultivation resources. He was very ambitious. Although he had only been a late core forging adept at the beginning, and now he was only a mid-Dharma adept, he longed to advance to a pure yang cultivator and achieve a true spirit. Therefore, he had to start preparing for the future from now on. This was also the reason why Lu Ping dared to risk offending the 9 mystical tower and sneak into the longevity cave. Now, he had to face another sacred land in the Central Plains, Wuxing School. Once again, he had his eyes on something. He wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Chapter 1227. Lu Ping was so angry that he kept cursing Wuxing School in his heart. If they hadn't forced him out of the water vein of Qingming River, it wouldn't have been so difficult for him to enter the water vein of Qingming River again. It wasn't easy to enter the water vein of Qingming River. Even though Lu Ping had been practicing in the water vein for more than 10 years, he still couldn't find the way to enter it again. Lu Ping sank his whole body into Qingming River, including his mind. He tried very hard to capture the trace of the water vein in Qingming River, but he still couldn't succeed. If it was in the past, Lu Ping wouldn't even be able to detect a trace of the Qingming River's water vein. But now, even though he was still unable to enter the water vein, he was able to vaguely capture a trace of the water vein. However, this trace was always indistinct, causing Lu Ping to be unable to follow it all the way. "Brother, maybe I can help you." Linglong tilted her head and said to Lu Ping. However, from her expression, it seemed that even she wasn't sure. Lu Ping patted his head and said, "I forgot that Linglong can control the spiritual vein, so it should be helpful to find the water vein that contains the essence of the whole Qingming River." However, looking at Linglong's thoughtful expression, Lu Ping couldn't help but tease her. "What's wrong, Linglong? You don't look confident enough." Linglong nodded and said, "If it was in the past, I'm afraid Linglong wouldn't be able to find the water vein. But now, maybe Linglong can find the water vein with the help of that mysterious feeling." Oh! Lu Ping was more and more curious about the thing that could make Linglong feel such a magical feeling. However, according to the current situation, the direction of the magical thing seemed to be in the direction of the green jade canal that Wuxing School used to connect the two water veins. So, it was very likely that the thing belonged to Wuxing School. Linglong was floating above Lu Ping's head, shining with a faint white light. With the support of Linglong's wine cauldron, Lu Ping's divine thoughts spread out in a more subtle way. Soon, he captured the trace of the water vein of Qingming River again. However, the fluctuation of the water vein was still very faint, so Lu Ping still couldn't enter it directly. But what was different from before was that this time, Lu Ping didn't have to worry about losing this trace of water vein. Although the fluctuation was very faint, Lu Ping could still track it with the help of the wine cauldron. However, it was still very difficult to enter it again. Lu Ping used his divine powers to turn his body into flowing water. With the help of Linglong's wine cauldron, he flowed around the water vein that he was tracking, but he still couldn't enter it. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly sensed a huge breath flashing past the trace of water vein that he was tracking. Lu Ping was startled, and his body, which had turned into flowing water, suddenly retreated several feet. Only then did he realize that this breath wasn't coming for him. Instead, it flashed past the water vein. Obviously, it was a powerful being who could easily enter and exit the water vein of Qingming River. At this time, Lu Ping didn't have to think to know that the powerful being who passed through the water vein was heading for the Green Jade Canal of Wuxing School. However, after Wuxing School opened up the Green Jade Canal, almost the entire water vein of Qingming River was in turmoil. Few people could enter it again. Even if there were powerful beings who could barely enter the water vein, they couldn't concentrate on their cultivation under such turbulence. This was also why the news that Wuxing School stole the water vein of Qingming River was revealed by 8th Sister Zhu, which caused so many cultivators to hate them. However, at this time, Lu Ping didn't know that the news that Wuxing School stole the water vein of Qingming River had already caused a stir in the cultivation world. When he sensed that a powerful being was heading for Wuxing School along the water vein, there was only fear left in his heart. Could it be that the fact that Wuxing School stole the water vein of Qingming River had been exposed? If so, would Wuxing School vent their anger on him? Wouldn't Samling be dead by now? Just when Lu Ping was still thinking about these things, the breath that flashed in the water vein before suddenly appeared again. Naturally, Lu Ping was facing a formidable enemy. Unexpectedly, the breath emitted by this breath was not hostile, but seemed to be a kind guidance. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed this breath and turned into a stream of water. After a while, not only did Lu Ping once again sense the direction of the water vein, but he also found that the trace of the water vein was not only the previous trace, but an extremely majestic one. Even the water vein of Qingming River that Lu Ping used to cultivate in seclusion was far inferior to the one Lu Ping saw now. Lu Ping gathered all his attention, turned into a stream of water again, and threw it into this water vein. Soon, he had entered an extremely rich essence of the water vein. This was the water vein of Qingming River that Lu Ping had always wanted to enter but could not. At this time, Lu Ping wanted to follow the breath to find the person who helped him. He wanted to thank the person, and at the same time, he wanted to know why the person helped him. However, the person's breath quickly dissipated in this water vein. Before Lu Ping could figure out the person's identity, the person had already disappeared along the water vein. Fortunately, Lu Ping was already familiar with this person's breath. When Lu Ping saw this person again, he would definitely be able to recognize him. The person who helped Lu Ping was clearly far stronger than Lu Ping. After helping Lu Ping enter the water vein, he did not stop and continued to move along the water vein. This speed was clearly not something that Lu Ping could match, and perhaps this person did not care. In his eyes, all of this was just a casual effort. At this time, the water vein was still fluctuating violently. If Lu Ping did not have the help of Linglong's wine cauldron, it was likely that he would not have been able to stand in the water vein at all. He would have been thrown out by the violent fluctuations like before. Although Lu Ping could barely stand in the water vein, if he wanted to focus on cultivating in such violent turbulence, not to mention Lu Ping, even Xiao Baiyu would not be able to do it. Lu Ping composed himself. After familiarizing himself with the water vein of Qingming River again, he began to follow the water vein towards the direction of the violent fluctuations. At the same time, somewhere on the Qingming River, a faint smoke spread up along the river under the wind, and then the smoke suddenly and strangely stopped in the river wind. Then a layer of water mist at the front gradually condensed, and the outline of a person gradually became clear. It was Xiao Baiyu, the sword sage of the sky-cracking sword. After Xiao Baiyu appeared, he quietly hovered above the river. Soon, Yuan Pokong's irritated voice came from behind. "Why aren't you moving? If you don't move, Wuxing School will draw the water vein." Xiao Baiyu raised his arm and made a shushing gesture behind him. Then, he just hovered in the air without moving. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Baiyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the river dozens of feet away from him. He said, "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" There was a flash of light where Xiao Baiyu was looking at. A man and a woman, two pure young cultivators, appeared on the river and looked at Xiao Baiyu from afar. The woman was none other than pure young Laozu of 9 Mystical Tower, 8th Sister Zhu, who had previously stirred up a storm in the cultivation world. As for the man, he was an old man with white hair and a beard. However, his eyes were bright and spirited, and he looked at Xiao Baiyu with a gaze that was like two sharp swords. However, Xiao Baiyu did not care at all. He smiled and said, "I thought you might come, but I didn't expect Mr. Shimon to be with you." The old man next to 8th Sister Zhu was pure young Laozu Shimon Mingyu, who had been sent by Skyward Pavilion to reinforce 9 Mystical Tower. He was a first-generation cultivator with a long history in the cultivation world. Even Xiao Baiyu had to respectfully address him as Mr. Shimon when he saw him. At this moment, Shimon Mingyu Laozu's gaze only paused on Xiao Baiyu. When he heard his greeting, he only nodded slightly. Then, he looked behind Xiao Baiyu. Obviously, he had already discovered the other people hidden in the void behind Xiao Baiyu. However, Yuan Pokong and the others did not deliberately hide their figures. Although Shimon Mingyu had discovered their traces, he could not detect their identities. Therefore, after taking a glance, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked away again. 8th Sister Zhu was obviously shocked by Shimon Mingyu Laozu's secret message. She casually thought of something, and her face suddenly became gloomy. She said to Xiao Baiyu, "Don't think that I don't know what you're going to do. I've known what you're thinking since more than 200 years ago. But now, I'm afraid that Wuxing School's matter is also your goal. Now that the pure young 5 masters are here, I won't say any more nonsense. The water vein of Qingming River must not fall into the hands of Wuxing School. Let's join forces this time. What do you think?" Xiao Baiyu touched his nose with a little embarrassment and seemed to be thinking, but 8th Sister Zhu was already impatient. She said loudly, "Yes or no? Can you hurry up? Don't think that I don't know that those people you invited are not here for this matter. You're dawdling like a woman." A tyrannical aura suddenly soared from behind Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu coughed and wiped his back. That aura seemed to have been erased by him in an instant. However, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimon Mingyu, the two pure young cultivators, changed their expressions in an instant. They were not only shocked by the violent aura that was obviously at the pure young level, but also by the fact that Lu Ping could suppress the strength of a pure young aura with a wave of his hand. When Xiao Baiyu saw that the two people's expressions changed in an instant, he smiled and said, "Although the pure young 5 elements formation of the pure young 5 masters is magical, I think there are many great divines here this time. As long as you and Mr. Shimon take the lead, there will be many people who are willing to take action. Why do you come to me? Chapter 12:28. Wuxing School's Pure Yang formation of 5 elements, under the cooperation of the 5 Pure Yang practitioners, could exert a strength comparable to that of a supreme master who had achieved the true spirit. This was also an important weight for Wuxing School to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Crystal Palace and the Xiang Palace among the 6 Holy Lands. However, since the defects of the inheritance of the water cut branch became more and more obvious, the inheritance of the 5 Pure Yang practitioners of the 5 Pure Yang elements in Wuxing School often could not be kept intact. The Pure Yang Laozu of the water cut branch could not be inherited normally, which also made the Pure Yang formation of 5 elements unable to be performed from time to time because of the breakage of the Pure Yang practitioners in the water cut branch, which became an important reason for the decline of the strength of Wuxing School. Because the inheritance of the Pure Yang formation of 5 elements could only be obtained by 5 Laozu who had almost reached the Pure Yang level at the same time. In this way, because of the defects of the inheritance of the water cut branch, the Pure Yang practitioners of the water cut branch either appeared very late or were simply broken. This made this inheritance, which could be comparable to that of a true spirit cultivator, unable to be passed on completely. This time, a genius practitioner also appeared in the water cut branch of Wuxing School. This person did not affect his cultivation because of the defects of the water cut branch. Instead, he smoothly reached the Pure Yang level like the practitioners of the other 4 branches and accepted the inheritance of the Pure Yang formation of 5 elements. This made Wuxing School form a complete Pure Yang formation again after more than 1,000 years. Because of this, Wuxing School tried to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make up for the defects of the water cut branch, so that the inheritance of the water cut branch would not be broken like before. Because not everyone could be as amazing as the current generation of water cut Laozu. Although 8th Sister Zhu had stirred up a storm in the cultivation world and colluded with others to destroy the 5 Elements sect's plan to steal the Qingming River's water vein, the 5 Elements sect seemed to be determined to get it this time. The Pure Yang Quintet had descended together, as though they were going to contend with the entire cultivation world. Originally, 8th Sister Zhu thought that this time, Wuxing School would at most send 2 or 3 Pure Yang practitioners to preside over this matter, but she did not expect that the Pure Yang 5 would come together. At this time, 8th Sister Zhu was deeply aware and secretly regretful. It was precisely because of her appeal in the cultivation world that the 5 Elements sect seemed to have fallen into an extremely passive situation. 8th Sister Zhu also felt that she had vented her anger, but it also made the 5 Elements sect very vigilant. Otherwise, if she pretended to know nothing at the beginning, Wuxing School would definitely not let the Pure Yang 5 go together, no matter how much they valued it. That would attract attention. In this case, when Wuxing School stole the water vein and then destroyed it, perhaps only 8th Sister Zhu could do it. However, it was too late to say anything at this time. The Pure Yang 5 Elements formation was famous in the cultivation world. At the moment when the Pure Yang 5 of Wuxing School came, 8th Sister Zhu had already guessed that many people who wanted to make trouble for Wuxing School would retreat or choose to watch from a distance. However, 8th Sister Zhu was confident that there were many people who were not willing to let Wuxing School succeed. As long as someone took the lead, these people would definitely follow the trend and attack. At that time, after a chaotic battle, Wuxing School would be outnumbered and would definitely lose this battle. But the key was the person who took the lead. The person who dared to stand out and challenge the Pure Yang 5 must at least have the ability to hold on for a period of time under the siege of the Pure Yang 5. Otherwise, he would be killed in the blink of an eye. In that case, not only could he not play the role of taking the lead, but he would also become a tool for the Pure Yang 5 to establish their power. But the problem was here. Who had the confidence to hold on for a moment under the siege of the Pure Yang 5? After thinking about it, in the entire cultivation world, apart from those supreme masters, perhaps only Xiao Baiyu could do it. But was Xiao Baiyu so easy to be schemed against? When 8th Sister Zhu heard Xiao Baiyu's refusal, she was not annoyed. Instead, she said, "I'll tell you clearly. It's not that I haven't seen the strength of the Pure Yang 5. Even if I join forces with Senior Shimon, We won't have much of an advantage under the siege of the 5 people. But you can, and you can even escape before the siege of the pure young 5. There were also mutual compliments among the pure young Laozu, but most of them were arrogant. If they had not fought before, they would not be willing to admit that they were not as good as others. Although 8th Sister Zhu did not say it directly, the meaning was very clear. That was, 8th Sister Zhu thought that even if she joined forces with Shimen Mingyu, they would not be a match for Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu obviously did not expect that 8th Sister Zhu, who had always been arrogant, would actually say that her strength was not as good as his. Even Shimen Mingyu, who was next to him, had a calm expression. He even smiled when Xiao Baiyu looked over. In fact, everyone knew that the best way was to rush forward, but the problem was also very obvious. No one believed anyone else. Xiao Baiyu pondered for a moment, then he slowly said, I really have some confidence to resist the pure young 5 for a while, but the crux of the problem is not here. Hearing that Xiao Baiyu said that he was confident to fight against the pure young 5, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimen Mingyu showed joy, followed by shock. Although they had estimated Xiao Baiyu's strength to be high enough, it was obvious that they still underestimated it in the end. 8th Sister Zhu was shocked. After the Battle of the Pure Yang in Qingming River, Xiao Baiyu's strength had increased again. Shimen Mingyu saw that Xiao Baiyu was serious, and his face also became serious. He asked, Oh, then what does Brother Xiao think that we haven't thought of? Xiao Baiyu smiled bitterly and said, It is not only the pure young 5 who came to Wuxing School. Shimen Mingyu's face changed, and he said, Why, is the 5-element old ghost also coming? Then he thought of something and said, No, even if he comes, he can't do much. It is better to stay at the main peak of Wuxing School, and he can still exert 20 or 30% of his strength as a supreme master. Xiao Baiyu's face flashed, and then he said, It is not a supreme master, it is the wine tripod of heaven and earth. With a single glance, everyone fell silent. After a long time, 8th Sister Zhu said with an ugly face, They really brought the wine tripod of heaven and earth down from Wuxing School. Aren't they afraid that it will be snatched away? The wine tripod of heaven and earth was one of the 6 great artifacts of sky opening. It was the treasure used by Ape Taoist to regulate the spiritual veins in the world among the 7th patriarch of sky opening. No one had expected that it had always been under the control of Wuxing School. Moreover, according to the previous conversation between Xiao Baiyu and 8th Sister Zhu, it seemed that the wine tripod of heaven and earth had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was in Wuxing School when the Wuxing School was founded. This kind of thing had always been a top secret in the cultivation world, but now it seemed that it was known to all the pure young Laozu. Xiao Baiyu smiled and said, The pure young 5 sons will set up the pure young 5 elements formation and use the wine tripod of heaven and earth as a suppressor. In the world, except for a few supreme masters, who can snatch the wine tripod of heaven and earth from their hands. What's more, with this thing suppressing the earth veins and water veins, the communication with the Green Jade Canal will become smoother. Even if something unexpected happens, with the identity of the 5 elements Laozu, he can come here in the blink of an eye. For a moment, 8th Sister Zhu had no idea. She opened her mouth and said, What should we do? Shimen Mingyu coughed and said with a faint smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao must have an idea. Why don't you say it so that we can study it together? And those friends who have never shown up, I think there are many acquaintances. Wouldn't it be best if we all come out together and work together? Xiao Baiyu smiled, and Shimen Mingyu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. There were only a few pure young Laozu in the cultivation world. As long as they showed up, they knew almost all of them. However, no one appeared behind Xiao Baiyu. Obviously, they were unwilling to meet these 2 people. Xiao Baiyu said, To tell you the truth, I really don't have a way. After thinking about it, I just act according to the circumstances. Although I don't want Wuxing School to communicate with the water veins of Qingming River, compared with my own life, the water veins of Qingming River are nothing. After sending away 8th Sister Zhu and Shimen Mingyu, Yuan Pokong tore the void and walked out from behind Xiao Baiyu, cursing, Damn, they want us to be cannon fodder. I heard that you and this surnamed Zhu had such a relationship. Unexpectedly, you are so ruthless. You really deserve to be the most vicious woman. I say, Xiao, you shouldn't have told them about the heaven and earth wine cauldron. Wouldn't it be better to let them suffer a hidden loss? Do you still want to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? While Yuan Pokong was talking excitedly, someone suddenly pulled his clothes from behind. When Yuan Pokong came back to his senses, he saw Xiao Baiyu staring at him with an unkind expression. Yuan Pokong suddenly shivered and said, "After all, the heaven and earth wine cauldron is a treasure left behind by the Laozu sect of our Yuan family. Although this object was not left to our spiritual Great Ape clan in the end, I'm afraid that our old Yuan clan has a clear understanding of this object except for Wuxing School." Lu Ping followed the water veins all the way to the east. After a long time and a long distance, he finally completely divided the violent fluctuations in front of him into two directions. The one with the most violent fluctuations was naturally the direction where the Nine Mystical Tower was located. Because that place had to defend against the continuous attacks of Mara's army for more than 10 years, the Qingming River's water veins had been used for defense. At the same time, the Qingming River's water veins were constantly in an extremely violent state. It was precisely because of this that when the Wuxing School began to steal the water veins, although it caused the entire water veins to vibrate even more violently, none of the powerful practitioners who had been cultivating in the water veins had realized that someone else was stealing the water veins. At most, they had secretly cursed the Nine Mystical Tower for taking up so many water veins. After all, the Nine Mystical Tower could be said to be at a critical juncture of life and death. Although these powerful practitioners were indignant, they could understand. And the other branch of the water veins with weaker fluctuations was naturally the one that the Wuxing School was preparing to draw. At this time, Lu Ping could already clearly sense that on the other branch of the water veins, there were already several auras of powerful practitioners hidden in it. In terms of cultivation, these powerful practitioners were almost all late Dharma adepts. In fact, Lu Ping could even faintly sense a pure yang aura. Chapter 1229. Just as Lu Ping stepped into this water vein and was secretly shocked by the aura of these powerful beings, the others who had entered this water vein naturally sensed Lu Ping's aura as well. Subsequently, these auras seemed to be very interested in the fact that a practitioner like Lu Ping, who was only at the mid-Dharma stage, could actually enter this water vein and reach this place. Soon, many divine senses landed on Lu Ping, and the expressions on their faces, such as curiosity, calmness, surprise, contempt, warning, and mockery, were all clearly sensed by Lu Ping. When Lu Ping first entered this water vein, he did panic for a moment, but very quickly he realized that these huge and powerful auras did not seem to care about his arrival, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally relaxed. Although Lu Ping had reached this place, there were more than 10 powerful auras gathered here, and Lu Ping did not dare to take another step into the water vein. At this moment, a strong wave of turbulence caused the entire water vein to shake like a bag that had been sealed. Among these more than 10 auras, there were a few exclamations of shock, and soon after, these auras disappeared within the water vein, as if they had been thrown out by the violent shaking of the water vein. In the instant that the water vein suddenly shook, Lu Ping realized that something was wrong. The Linglong wine tripod above his head spun rapidly, and Lu Ping quickly conjured several spells. Once the Jade Tide technique was activated, his entire body turned into a wave, flowing along with the shaking of the water vein. However, this was not enough. Lu Ping felt that he could be thrown out of the water vein at any time by this violent wave of turbulence. At this moment, the mantis halved, which had been silent in the core space, suddenly shouted, "Watch me." The mantis halved scissors opened up, and 2 rays of light suddenly shot out from the core space. Sensing this, Lu Ping stretched out his arms to the left and right, and 2 rays of green jade light shot out from his fingertips, like 2 iron chains nailed into the water vein. Then, Lu Ping's entire body was fixed in place by these 2 rays of green jade light. No matter how turbulent the water vein was, Lu Ping remained in the water vein and was not thrown out. The water vein gradually calmed down, and Lu Ping could not help but let out a long breath. If the water vein shook even a little more violently, he would not be able to hold on any longer. However, before Lu Ping could calm down and see what had happened, 3 surprised auras wrapped around Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping's heart quivered. These 3 remaining auras were obviously left behind when the water vein shook just now, and these 3 auras were brimming with pure yang qi. These 3 remaining people were the 3 pure yang Laozu, and one of these 3 auras was familiar to Lu Ping. Obviously, it was the person who helped him enter the water vein. Lu Ping wanted to follow this aura to thank the pure yang senior who helped him, but unexpectedly, these 3 auras disappeared in a flash. Lu Ping wanted to follow them again, but he could no longer find any trace. It was as if the 3 auras had disappeared into thin air in the water vein. At this moment, Lu Ping was the only one left in the water vein. He was helpless, but he didn't want to leave the water vein just like that. He knew that once he left the water vein, he would never be able to enter again. Hence, he could only follow the water vein and move forward. Even though the water vein had been fluctuating violently this entire time, it had only trembled once, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. It was as if the water vein was purposely eliminating the auras of the great cultivators that had just been released. As Lu Ping moved forward in the water vein, he sank his mind into the core space. At this moment, the spirit treasure seemed to be scratching its head. The praying mantis waved its 2 blades and moved back and forth on the scissors. It also looked very uneasy. Lu Ping's divine sense condensed in the core space. He waved at the spirit treasure and asked, "What was that just now? I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability." The mantis seemed to be a little anxious, grinding the 2 blades until they clanged against each other. It said, "It seems that there is something hidden in my body that will only be activated at certain times. This feeling seems to be faintly discernible in the water veins." The violent fluctuation before seemed to have triggered this hidden thing instinctively. Lu Ping furrowed his brows and said, "So you don't know what's going on?" The praying mantis nodded and waved its 2 large blades in the air again. However, as it waved the blades, a trace of spirit light flowed out from the tip of the blades. It gradually formed a complicated but strange picture in the core space. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the praying mantis spent a lot of effort to finish drawing the picture. This was because the praying mantis did not stop at all from beginning to end, and the praying mantis only copied it from beginning to end. Lu Ping looked at this picture and asked hesitantly, "This is a talisman?" The praying mantis shook its head and said, "I don't know." The moment the water began to fluctuate violently, the 2 spirit treasure enchantments engraved in my body began to change. In the end, it formed this image, and then my body shot out 2 blade lights that could bind the water veins. Lu Ping reached out and held the spirit treasure in his hand. The praying mantis walked around on Lu Ping's shoulder and said, "It's useless." The moment the blades disappeared, the picture began to disintegrate and turned back into the 2 spirit treasure restrictions. Lu Ping's divine sense entered the scissor's body. Sure enough, there were only the 2 spirit treasure restrictions that were countless times more complicated than the magic treasure restrictions. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lu Ping had no choice but to look at the talisman painting that the praying mantis had condensed in the air. The more he looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt. This picture looked like a talisman, but the more he looked at it, the more it looked like a talisman that had been cut in the middle. Lu Ping didn't understand, so he asked the praying mantis again. Unsurprisingly, the praying mantis was also confused. It only said that the moment the water vein shook violently, the 2 spirit treasure restrictions in its body that had been tempered by the thunder tribulations changed at the same time and turned into the shape of the previous spirit map. Lu Ping naturally knew about the legend of water break Laozu in Wuxing school. Naturally, he associated the spirit map drawn by the praying mantis with this. But how to reactivate this spirit map, what use it had, and how to use it, Lu Ping still didn't know. At this moment, the extremely turbulent water vein suddenly became even more violent. Although Lu Ping tried his best to control the Linglong wine cauldron to stabilize it, he still couldn't adapt to it. Seeing that he was about to be thrown out, the clang in the core space shouted, "It's coming again." This time, half of Lu Ping's mind was in the core space. He immediately found that the previous spirit map had appeared on the scissor's body again. This time, Lu Ping could see it more clearly and intuitively. The spirit map outlined by the mysterious talisman lines looked like a talisman to Lu Ping, and it indeed looked like half of a talisman. On this talisman spirit map, many of the winding talisman lines seemed to be connected halfway, but at this place, they were interrupted at the edge of the spirit map. Just at the moment when the 2 spirit treasure restrictions turned into this half spirit map, 2 cyan jade blade lights appeared again. Lu Ping tried to easily control the 2 blade lights to grab the water vein next to him, and completely stabilized his body in the water vein. Lu Ping's heart moved. After adapting to the violent wave of the water vein, Lu Ping tried to control one of the blade lights to cut the water vein. The water vein was suddenly cut, and then the water vein was closed again in front of Lu Ping's surprised eyes. The water vein could be cut so easily. It was not difficult to destroy a water vein, but it was not so easy to destroy the Qingming River's water vein. Moreover, it was even more difficult to cut a water vein so easily. What was this cyan jade blade light? This thought flashed in Lu Ping's mind, and then his attention was no longer on the water vein. This was because the sudden increase in the fluctuations in the water vein made him know that there must be a fierce battle going on outside this branch of the water vein. The 3 pure yang auras that suddenly disappeared before were probably involved in this battle. The aftermath of the battle could affect the water vein at any time. Right now, Lu Ping was even thinking about whether to leave the water vein. Judging from the sudden disappearance of the 3 pure yang cultivators, there must be other pure yang cultivators involved in this battle. Moreover, he had seen Xiao Baiyu before, so he was even more sure that there must be many pure yang cultivators involved in this battle. Just as Lu Ping was hesitating, he suddenly found that the water vein in front of him had come to an end. Through the water vein, he could clearly see the other end of the green jade canal. The other water vein was also facing the one Lu Ping was in. There seemed to be an inexplicable resistance between the 2 water veins, preventing them from completely merging. The green jade canal had been opened, but the water veins of the 2 rivers could not be connected. So, naturally, Wuxing School could not use the Qingming River to help the Yulon River, and use the 2 water veins to make up for the defect of the broken water vein. Moreover, Wuxing School had been scheming for a long time, so they must have a way to connect the water veins. Now, the formation outside the water vein obviously meant that someone was trying to stop Wuxing School from connecting the 2 water veins. Just as Lu Ping was thinking about what to do next, a blue light suddenly fell from the sky. A water ape flashed out of the light and said in surprise, "Hey, there is someone in the water vein." Chapter 1230. Lu Ping was shocked as he watched the water ape in front of him retreat. At the same time, he was secretly on his guard, ready to strike at any time. That's strange. A little mid-Dharma adept can actually stay in the water for such a long time. Even such violent waves did not throw you out. Interesting. Other than the head of an ape, this water ape was no different from a human. It was also dressed in human clothes, and it looked like a monkey. But this water ape had a very unexpected aura that made Lu Ping feel wary. His divine will moved forward in a roundabout way, but Lu Ping was still unable to sense the water ape's background. He had no idea what its level of training and ability was. The water ape seemed to sense something and blew a breath of air to its side. Not far away, Lu Ping's face paled, and he could not help but take a step back. He heard the water ape say, "Not bad. Your divine will is almost on par with the pure Yang Laozu. No wonder you were able to find the water when you were only at the mid-Dharma stage. But just this alone is far from enough to stay in the water under such violent waves. Let me guess what method you used." As it said this, the water ape's eyes flashed red. Lu Ping's heart sank, and he activated the North Sea wave listening technique in an attempt to suppress something, but it was too late. Just as the water ape's eyes looked at Lu Ping, the Linglong wine tripod that was hidden in the core space suddenly seemed to lose control of Lu Ping, and it suddenly rushed out of the core space. It happened so suddenly that Lu Ping didn't have time to suppress it. But the moment the Linglong wine cauldron broke out of the core space, Lu Ping waved his hand and a water rope condensed in midair. The water rope instantly wrapped around the wine cauldron's leg. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine sense penetrated the water rope into the wine cauldron, breaking through a layer of obstruction and establishing a connection with the wine cauldron's artifact spirit. Linglong had only been controlled by the water ape because of her natural weakness. If not for Lu Ping's timely discovery, and the fact that the Linglong wine tripod was something that Lu Ping had refined, the tripod that was about to fall into the water ape's hands would have been snatched back by Lu Ping at the last moment. Like I said, the water ape looked at Lu Ping curiously, as if it was a little surprised that Lu Ping had been able to stop the Linglong wine tripod in front of it, but it still continued to say, "Many late Dharma adepts have been thrown out by us, and you are just a mid-Dharma adept, minor repairs. What makes you think that you are able to stay in this water vein? So it is because of this imitation, but in front of us, the elder ape, this kind of trash is just trash." Lu Ping did not know the identity of the person in front of him, but he heard it call him the elder ape, which was exactly the same tone that Yuan Long had used in the past. So he said, "Senior, are you a great adept of the great spiritual ape clan? Do you know of Yuan Long?" According to Yuan Long, he was one of the best of the third generation of the great spiritual ape clan, and his name was even mentioned in front of the great adepts of the clan. If that was the case, perhaps they could avoid conflict. After all, the water ape in front of him was really strange, and Lu Ping could not figure out how strong it was. Even though Lu Ping still felt that there was something very strange about the water ape, and from its tone, it seemed that it was the one who had thrown all the great adepts out of the water vein earlier. This feeling of not being able to figure out the other party's strength was something that Lu Ping had only experienced with Xiao Baiyu back then. "Huh." The water ape looked at Lu Ping in amusement and said, "Are you trying to make friends?" "What Yuan Long? I've never heard of him before, but the great spiritual ape seems to have some relationship with us, the elder ape. But when they see us, the elder ape, we have to address them as the Laozu clan." Lu Ping secretly cursed at Yuan Long for bragging to him all the time, saying that there was no one in the entire great spiritual ape clan who did not know him, but this person before him was snorting disdainfully at him. However, when Lu Ping thought about it, he realized that the monkey before him had clearly acknowledged his identity as the great ape wisdom. But he also seemed to be very unfamiliar with the great ape wisdom. Could it be similar to the Wood Luan clan in the 9 mystical towers longevity heaven's grotto heaven? Just as Lu Ping was about to ask more questions, he suddenly saw the water ape before him open its mouth and smile sinisterly. Lu Ping had a bad feeling, and he immediately sensed that the water vein around him had begun to change in an instant. It was as if the entire water vein had suddenly fallen under someone's control, and Lu Ping's body began to be compressed and imprisoned by the water vein. Lu Ping was proficient in the North Sea wave listening technique, and his water attribute magic powers were unparalleled. Even though his cultivation was limited, he was not completely powerless against this unknown water ape before him. The water manipulation technique concealed his water transformation technique. While Lu Ping was doing his best to weaken the water vein's rejection, he was also doing his best to seize control of the surrounding water vein in order to break free from it. A slight look of shock appeared on the water ape's face. Next, the space that Lu Ping had been confined to within a very narrow space suddenly began to expand due to the change in control of the water vein. After obtaining a larger space to move around, Lu Ping quickly began preparing other methods to counterattack. The water ape snickered and the surrounding water vein began breaking in a very peculiar and abrupt manner. The water vein moved along Lu Ping's body, causing Lu Ping to fall out from the water vein. Truth be told, for a moment, Lu Ping felt that the outcome was quite good. In the face of an opponent that he could not figure out, the most sensible move would be to retreat from the water vein. Doing so would allow Lu Ping to escape unscathed. However, perhaps because he was unwilling to admit defeat, or for some other unknown reason, Lu Ping unexpectedly began to use his magic powers to resist the water ape's control of the nearby water vein's rejection. Taking advantage of the moment when the compressed space slightly expanded, Lu Ping once again summoned the Linglong wine cauldron. Borrowing the power of the wine cauldron, Lu Ping's control over the surrounding water vein was once again strengthened. However, in the face of the water ape's control over the entire branch of the Qingming River, Lu Ping was still at an absolute disadvantage. At this time, Lu Ping finally came to his senses. The water ape in front of him was controlling the entire branch of the water vein and had not used its full strength against him. In its eyes, Lu Ping was only a side effect. Even though Lu Ping was an ant in the water ape's eyes, his strength had exceeded its expectations, but he was only able to struggle at death's door for a few more moments. Although Lu Ping knew that the water ape did not place him in its eyes, this was the moment of its final struggle. Right now, the water ape was clearly focusing all of its attention on controlling the entire branch of the water vein. It did not even have the time to pay attention to Lu Ping, who was right in front of it. If Lu Ping did not take advantage of this opportunity to escape, once the water ape was free, Lu Ping did not believe that he would have a path of survival. 5,000 li away from the Nine Profound Tower, on the shore of the Green Netherworld River, along with the trembling of the earth veins, a huge fissure appeared on the ground, starting from the far north of the shore and finally connecting with the shore. The water of the Green Netherworld River was immediately diverted, and the surging river water flowed along the fissure towards the north. At this moment, the Qingming River was formed. However, in order for this moment to be formed, Wuxing School had secretly prepared for more than 10 years. Surveying the earth vein, connecting the earth vein, and setting up a great guiding formation. Just these preparations alone had consumed a large amount of Wuxing School's training resources. The surging waters of the dark green river flowed northwards through a channel that had been created through the use of a formation to connect with the ley lines of the earth. This channel also flowed northwards, and the Yulon River, which passed through the Five Elements School, also had a new channel. This channel flowed directly towards the dojo of the Broken Water School. The Yulon River branched off and flowed along the channel, also flowing south. The two ends of the canal were connected to the two largest rivers in the Central Plains, and they flowed into the canal at the same time, converging towards the center. These two streams of water were obviously enhanced by secret techniques. They flowed at an extremely fast speed, not any slower than the flying speed of an ordinary Dharma adept. Based on this speed, it would only take 2 or 3 days for the two streams of water to converge in the middle of the canal, which was originally tens of thousands of miles apart. At the two ends of the canal, when the two rivers began to flow into each other, a large amount of muddy water flowed into the canal. After the two opposing streams of water flowed along the canal for a day and a night, the water at the very front, when it flowed over the channel formed by the collapse of the ground, directly suppressed the muddy water that had been stirred up by the Qingming River. If one were to look down from the sky, one would be able to see two huge streams of water. One green stream flowed south from the north, while the other green stream flowed up from the south. However, since ancient times, the Qingming River and the Yulon River had never been compatible. The Yulon River's water had been activated, and a branch of the Qingming River flowed south along the canal, following the green stream of water. The Qingming River's water had also been activated by the Wuxing School, following the green stream of water as it flowed south. It was like two ferocious beasts that had sworn to fight to the death. Although they could not see each other, they seemed to have long known that they would eventually meet, and the moment they met, there was bound to be a great upheaval. Yuan Pokong rubbed his palms together and said, "How about we cut off this stream of water from the Qingming River now?" Yuan Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "It's useless. The Wuxing School has been planning this for a long time. When they opened up this canal, they also connected the ley lines on which the canal is located. The moment the canal was formed, the branch of water from the Qingming River began to connect with the ley lines along the canal. If you cut off the stream of water, it would be the same as cutting off the ley lines." Yuan Pokong cursed. There was no need to talk about the fusion of the water veins. Just the earth veins that the Five Elements sect had spent over 10 years to open up had already formed a hole. It would not be easy for Yuan Pokong to break it open. Now that the water veins were connected to the earth veins, it would be even more difficult for him to break it open. But even if Yuan Pokong could break it, he would not dare to do it. The Wuxing School had been plotting against the Qingming River for hundreds of years, so naturally they would not leave a canal that could be destroyed so easily. The ley lines of the canal were connected with all kinds of ley lines of different sizes along the way, and the ley lines strengthened this close connection. At the same time, the canal was also closely connected with the two great rivers. In other words, when the Wuxing School built the Qingming Canal, they also kidnapped all the ley lines along the way. Even if someone was powerful enough to destroy the Qingming Canal, he or she would have to face an earth-shattering catastrophe. Chapter 1231. Where was the key to solving the Green Jade Canal? Wuxing School had been preparing for more than 10 years and had eliminated almost all the loopholes. The only key to finding out was the moment when the two rivers met. The Qingming River and the Yulon River could not merge. This was a secret known by the entire world of practitioners. At this time, the two rivers flowed into the canal and converged towards the center, one north and one south. If Wuxing School really had a way to make the two rivers merge the moment they met, then the Pure-Yang Five would definitely be waiting there. Preventing the Pure-Yang Five suns from fusing the two water veins was the simplest way to crack the Green Jade Canal. As long as the Five Elements sect could not complete this fusion, the two water veins would inevitably return to the main veins of the two great rivers after a long time. The so-called Green Jade Canal would really only be a canal left, and it would no longer have the effect that the Five Elements sect had intended to use to support the broken water vein. Luo-Ya River, Luo-Shin Mountain. Luo-Ya River was a river located between the Yulon River and the Qingming River. Although this river was not as large as the Yulon River and the Qingming River, it was still considered one of the few rivers in Central Plains. In the middle of the Luo-Ya River flowed Luo-Shin Mountain. This Luo-Shin Mountain was heart-shaped, and because it was located near the Luo-Ya River, it was called Luo-Shin Mountain. On top of Luo-Shin Mountain, there was a medium-sized sect known as the Luo-Shin sect. This medium-sized sect had a legacy of 3,000 years in Central Plains. There was a Grand Adept in the sect, and in addition to other mid- and early Dharma adepts, there were 7 or 8 of them. In the North Sea, a sect with this level of strength could compete with Xianling sect and Kanghai sect. But in the Middle Earth, where there were many sects, even if it was not outstanding, its influence was only within a radius of 2,000 to 3,000 miles. However, at this time, the Luo-Shin sect was tightly locked. The entire sect's defense formation was up as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In the Luo-Shin Palace at the top of Luo-Shin Mountain, led by the sect's only Grandmaster, Luo-Shin Laozu, 8 Dharma adepts of the Luo-Shin sect stood in the palace. 5 seats were placed neatly at the front of the Luo-Shin Palace. 5 old men of different appearances sat on the seats and listened to Luo-Shin Laozu's report. There were also several great cultivators standing at the sides. Does that mean the Luo-Ya water vein is completely under the control of the Luo-Shin sect? Mu Lingzi, who was sitting on the leftmost side, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he glanced at Patriarch Luo-Shin calmly. Luo-Shin Laozu bowed very low. After a moment of silence, she said, "I dare not say that it is completely safe." However, after the ancestors of the Luo-Shin sect separated from the Five Elements sect 3,000 years ago, they remembered the Sage sect's responsibility. For the past 3,000 years, the Luo-Shin sect has been relying on the Sage sect. Although our sect is only one of the 5 sects that control the Luo-Ya water vein, with the guidance of the Sage sect, we have been secretly setting up a water vein breaking array. When the two water veins meet, we will completely cut off the Luo-Ya water vein. Mu Lingzi nodded. The expression on his face was non-committal. However, Fire Lingzi, who was beside him, suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was like a series of bursting flames. What if the other 4 sects interfere at the same time? Luo-Shin Laozu's reply was still humble. However, she seemed to be very prepared. She said, "The other 4 sects have their own grudges. They will definitely not interfere at the same time, and they will not have the time to do so. Furthermore, this is obviously the Sage sect's plan. They do not have the guts to interfere." Luo-Shin Laozu flattered Fire Spirit. Then, she began to express her determination to the 5 Laozus. She said, "Even if that happens, for the sake of the Sage sect, we can give up a part of the water vein that our sect controls when the Yulon and Qingming water veins meet. We can then completely merge it with the other 2 water veins. This will not affect the Sage sect's plan." Fire Spirit nodded in satisfaction. However, he immediately saw that there were 2 younger-looking practitioners behind Luo-Shin Laozu. They seemed to be displeased. Among the 3 middle-aged practitioners in the middle Dharma stage, one of them was expressionless. However, compared to the other 2, he was very eye-catching. Whether it was cutting off the Luo-Ya water vein or giving up a part of the water vein that Luo-Shin sect controlled, it was an action that would damage the foundation of Luo-Shin sect. By then, regardless of whether the two water veins were merged or not, Luo-Shin sect would still suffer a heavy blow. Once the water vein was no longer connected, if the Five Elements sect retreated, the five of them would naturally not dare to provoke the Five Elements sect. However, the Luo-Shin sect would definitely become the scapegoat. Thinking about the people who had stirred up a storm in the cultivation world because of this matter, all of them were famous great divinities. By then, the entire Luo-Shin sect might not even be able to be destroyed by 8th Sister Zhu alone. Even if Wuxing School succeeded in the end, Luo-Shin sect would lose the support of the Luo-Ya water vein. The foundation of the entire sect would be reduced by at least a third. Even though Wuxing School said that they would definitely be compensated, Wuxing School that had made up for the water vein would definitely end up provoking the entire cultivation world. Even if Luo-Shin sect received the compensation from Wuxing School, without the support of Wuxing School, it was hard to say whether they would be able to keep the compensation. The expressions of the Dharma adepts of Luo-Shin sect were seen by Fire Lingzi. Naturally, the other four pure young Laozu also noticed. Jin Lingzi, who was on the far right, looked at the 8 Dharma adepts of Luo-Shin sect. It was as if a pair of sharp swords had pierced through their insides. Not only did the dissatisfied cultivators turn as pale as paper, even Luo-Shin Laozu's heart suddenly sank. She felt as if there was a blade on her back, and she lowered her head even more. A sound like metal rubbing against each other rang out. Jin Lingzi's voice was so cold that it almost penetrated the hearts of Luo-Shin Laozu and the rest. He said, "What is it? Are you dissatisfied with anything?" The Luo-Shin sect cultivators in the Luo-Shin palace all shuddered. Luo-Shin Laozu, who was almost 1,000 years old, smiled and said, "The Luo-Shin sect is only where it is today because of the Sage sect's support. Now is the time for the Luo-Shin sect to repay the Sage sect. Even if we have to use all our strength, it is only right." Luo-Shin Laozu's words made the Dharma adepts of Luo-Shin sect lower their heads even more. Beside Jin Lingzi was the first pure young Laozu of the Broken Water sect in the past few thousand years. Shui Lingzi smiled and said, "Brother Luo-Shin, please rest assured. Once the Green Jade Canal is opened, our sect will need the Luo-Shin sect as a bridgehead to guard the water channel. When that time comes, the Sage sect will only strengthen the Luo-Shin sect and not weaken it. As for the other forces, if I were to promise you that there will not be any, I'm afraid you will not believe me. However, it is precisely because of this that the Sage sect is willing to pay any price to help the Luo-Shin sect gain a foothold here." After the first blow, the benefits came immediately. The two pure young patriarchs of the Five Elements sect worked very well together. Naturally, Patriarch Luo-Shin had to put on a good show. The Dharma adepts behind Luo-Shin Laozu straightened their backs slightly. Luo-Shin Laozu was also very grateful. She said, "Thank you, Sage sect, for your understanding. The Luo-Shin sect will be of one mind and will definitely do everything we can for the Sage sect." Shui Lingzi smiled and said, "If that's the case, Brother Luo-Shin, please go and prepare. I believe there will be a fierce battle soon. The Sage sect has been planning for hundreds of years for this and we cannot afford to lose it. The Luo-Shin sect is an important part of the Sage sect's plan. The rest will depend on the Luo-Shin sect." Luo-Shin Laozu was so excited that her voice started to tremble. She said, "Serving the Sage sect is the foundation of our sect for 3,000 years. As soon as Luo-Shin Laozu finished her sentence, Earth Lingzi, who had been sitting in the middle, suddenly said, "They're here." Luo-Shin Laozu did not know what was going on. She looked up and saw that Earth Lingzi, who had been silent all this while, had opened his eyes. His gaze landed on Luo-Shin Laozu for a moment before leaving. The four pure young Laozu beside him were also stunned. Then, a series of loud noises could be heard. The sect-protecting formation of the Luo-Shin sect shook violently and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Luo-Shin Laozu was shocked. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. Judging from the series of attacks that hit the sect-protecting formation, it was at least 4 late Dharma adepts who had joined forces. However, Luoxin Laozu immediately thought of the 5 pure young Laozu in front of her and the few great adepts from the Wuxing school around them. However, these people were extremely calm and there was no expression on their faces. Luoxin Laozu immediately regained her composure and the panic she felt earlier disappeared. Then, she heard Water Lingzi say with a smile, "Friend Luoxin, there is no need to panic. Just focus on dealing with the enemy." Luoxin Laozu pretended to be relaxed and responded. Then, she led the Dharma adepts out of the Luoxin palace. After the Luoxin sect adepts left, Fire Lingzi said to a great adept from the Wuxing school, Huoxian, "Follow them secretly. Be careful of their tricks." Just as Huoxian agreed, a great adept beside him smiled and said, "You don't have to do this, Uncle Master. When I helped the Luoxin sect strengthen the sect-protecting formation, I already did something. If they dare to do anything, I will know immediately. When that time comes, it will be as easy as raising your hand to destroy them." When Fire Lingzi saw who was speaking, he laughed and said, "I knew you, Jin Chan, were the most cunning. Your formation skills are getting better and better. Even your teacher was no better than this." Jin Chan smiled and said, "It's a pity that I have limited talent. Now, my understanding of formations is almost at its limit. It's a pity that the 9 core formations of the Southern Sea Nether Lost Formation have collapsed. Otherwise, I could have studied inside for decades and might have a chance to surpass my teacher." The great adept, Jin Chan, obviously had a high status in the Wuxing school. Although he was only a late Dharma adept, he still maintained the proper respect in front of the 5 pure young Laozu and was able to speak calmly. From his tone, it was obvious that he was a master-level formation master. At that moment, Earthling's voice suddenly rang in Jin Chan's ears. He asked, "Can this sect-protecting formation withstand an attack from a pure young adept?" "What?" Jin Chan was stunned. Then, his expression changed. He turned his gaze as if he wanted to see through the Luoxin palace to see what was happening outside. Chapter 1232. Outside the protective formation of Luoxin Mountain, 4 late Dharma adepts from the other 4 sects stood in the air. Their cold gazes pierced through the protective formation of the Luoxin sect and stared coldly at the terrified Luoxin Laozu. Their gazes were filled with disdain and mockery. At this time, Luoxin Laozu, who was being supported by 3 Dharma adepts, was not looking at the 4 adepts. Instead, she was looking at the middle-aged female adept behind them. She was the pure young Laozu of the 9 Xian Tower, 8th Sister Zhu. On the protective formation of the Luoxin sect, a hole the size of a bowl was slowly closing up. Luoxin Laozu's chest was slowly turning red. Luoxin Laozu turned her head around with difficulty and looked at the 3 Dharma adepts who were supporting her. The 2 early Dharma adepts of the 3rd generation were the ones who had looked angry and sorrowful in the Luoxin palace. The middle Dharma adept was also the one who had been calm the entire time and did not seem to be fawning over the people of Wuxing school. Luoxin Laozu looked at the 2 early Dharma adepts beside her and moved her lips. It was as if she was saying something, but it was also as if she did not say anything. She looked at the middle Dharma adept beside her and opened her mouth, but it was full of blood. In the end, she did not say anything. A look of sorrow flashed across the face of the 2nd generation disciple, but he quickly regained his calm expression. It was as if he was trying his best to control the sorrow in his heart. He turned to the 2 3rd generation disciples beside him and said, "Did your senior granduncle say anything?" A 3rd generation disciple had an infuriated expression on his face, and he was about to speak when another 3rd generation disciple by his side suddenly pulled on his sleeve and said, "Junior brother, look at the situation now. It's related to the survival of our sect, so you can't act willfully anymore." After saying that, although the 2nd generation disciple still had grief and indignation on his face, he controlled it well and said, "Second Martial Uncle, Martial Granduncle wants us to pass on our sect no matter what. However, Second Martial Uncle, if the seniors of Wuxing School, Laozu, don't do anything, I'm afraid that our sect will be destroyed first." The 2nd Martial Uncle nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go to Luoxin Palace and ask pure young Laozu of Wuxing School to help." The 2 3rd generation disciples took a deep look at 2nd Uncle Master's silhouette, then brought Luoshin Laozu's corpse to the back of Luoshin Mountain. That was where the ancestors of Luoshin sect died and where the protective formation of Luoshin sect was located. In the Luoshin palace, Shui Lingzi frowned and said in doubt, "Why did 8th Sister Zhu jump out now? This person always pushes others to be cannon fodder so that she can take advantage of the situation. This is the opposite of her style." Fire Spirit slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up. "I'll go and meet this crazy woman." Earth Spirit snorted and said, "Fifth brother, sit down. Don't be impatient." Earth Spirit was the leader of the Pure Young Five. Although Fire Spirit was hot-tempered, he seemed to respect Earth Spirit a lot. Although he was still unhappy, he still sat down. The merging of the water veins is the result of hundreds of years of planning. We can't afford to make any mistakes, and we can't let our emotions affect our decisions. Fire Spirit groaned, but his face was much calmer. Earth Lingzi continued, "The fusion of the Qingming and Yulon River veins is a great sin for our sect. It will definitely be a great battle. Our sect is outnumbered, and the only thing we can rely on is our ample preparation and the pure young 5 elements formation. If you can't even stand such provocation, then wouldn't the hundreds of years of planning of our sect be ruined in your hands?" Fire Spirit was speechless. Shui Lingzi wanted to say something, but he suddenly looked outside the palace. He saw second Uncle Master of Luoshin sect rushing into the Luoshin palace. He first bowed to Shui Lingzi, then to the other 4 Laozu. "I am Li Shirajia, a second-generation disciple of the Water-Broken sect. Greetings, Master, and everyone, Laozu." This outstanding second-generation disciple of Luoshin sect actually called Pure Young Laozu and Shui Lingzi of the Water-Broken sect of Wuxing School as Master. Shui Lingzi sighed and said, "Shirajia, how long have you been in Luoshin sect?" Li Shirajia was stunned for a moment, then he said respectfully, "Master, I have been in Luoshin sect for 500 years. Shui Lingzi nodded and said, 500 years, that's not easy." Li Shirajia couldn't figure out what his master meant, but he thought of 8th Sister Zhu who was outside Luoshin sect. Although he didn't care about the survival of Luoshin sect, he had to inform the other Laozu of the appearance of a pure young Laozu in Wuxing School. "I have to inform Master and everyone, Laozu." Shui Lingzi sighed and stretched out her hand to stop Li Shirajia from speaking. "Is it 8th Sister Zhu?" Li Shirajia was stunned for a moment, then he said, "Yes, I." Shui Lingzi shook her head and said, "You don't have to say anything more. You should be in front of Luoshin and the others." Li Shirajia was shocked. He suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "What are they?" "Hee." Jin Chan chuckled and said, "I didn't expect Martial Uncle Shui to have someone like Junior Brother Li as a backup. Luoshin Laozu is a sly old fox. It's not surprising that he saw through Junior Brother Li's identity. Fortunately, Senior Brother Li had planned ahead and left some tricks on the sect-protecting formation of Luoshin sect. Apart from Senior Brother Li, there might be others in Luoshin sect who are on our side. They can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, another loud noise was heard from outside Luoshin sect, followed by a series of explosions. The sect-protecting formation of Luoshin sect started to crack. Jin Chan's eyes widened and he said, "How is this possible? Even if the formation I set up can't stop pure young Laozu, it can't be broken so easily." The 5 pure young Laozu's faces did not look too good. Not only did the explosions not stop, but they were also getting more and more frequent. For a moment, it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Jin Chan's face turned pale. He thought that the formation he set up could definitely control everything in Luoshin sect. He did not expect to be tricked so easily. Tu Ling's voice was still calm. After a while, he said, "This is the sect-protecting formation at the back of the mountain." Jin Chan immediately understood and said, "What a great double formation, a formation within a formation. I didn't expect such an accomplished formation master to be hidden in Luoshin sect. I'll be right back." Tu Lingzi shook his head and said, "There's no need. It's too late." After saying that, Earth Spirit lifted his left foot and lightly stomped on the ground. The entire Luoshin palace shook violently. Then, the ground suddenly collapsed by more than 3 feet. Li Shirajia was not the only one who was shocked by Tu Ling's power. Even Jin Chan and the other cultivators from Wuxing School were shocked. Even the other 4 pure young cultivators had complicated expressions. In the end, it was Shui Lingzi who said in surprise, "I didn't expect senior brother's cultivation to have reached such a level. I guess you're not far from the last step, right?" Tu Lingzi, who had always been so calm and unfathomable, showed a hint of pride. Then, it disappeared from his face and he said, "The formation at the back of the mountain is located in the middle of the mountain. I'm just using a trick." The sect-protecting formation of Luo Xin sect was located in the middle of the mountain. The entrance was hidden by the tombs of the ancestors of Luo Xin sect. After sending Li Shuijie away, the 2 third-generation disciples brought the heavily injured Luo Xin Laozu to the middle of the mountain as fast as they could. At this time, the 2 mid-Dharma adepts who were guarding the sect-protecting formation were shocked when they saw Luo Xin Laozu in such a state. With their cultivation, they could naturally see the injuries on Luo Xin Laozu's body. One of the older adepts was shocked and angry. He stood up suddenly and said, "How could this happen? You two are so ignorant. How could you bring teacher here? Quick, bring teacher to Luo Xin Hall. There are pure young adepts from Wuxing School there. Maybe they can save teacher's life." As soon as he finished speaking, the adepts felt a strange wind behind him. A cold murderous intent pierced through his heart. He thought to himself, "Oh no." As soon as he used his protective spell, he heard a sound that sounded like silk being torn apart. Under the adepts' disbelieving eyes and the 2 early Dharma adepts' shocked gazes, a magic weapon that looked like a flying dagger pierced through his chest. The adepts tried to turn his neck back, and his mouth kept gurgling as if he was trying to ask why. However, the younger second-generation disciple behind him had a cold expression on his face. He twisted the magic weapon in his hand again, and the core space was completely shattered. The Dharma power that had gone through one tribulation of lightning was crushed before it could escape from the core space. Third martial uncle, you. The 2 third-generation cultivators who brought Patriarch Luo Xin here were stunned by the scene before them and could not help but ask. At this moment, old ancestor Luo Xin, who was on the verge of death, suddenly regained consciousness. He sighed when he saw the scene before him and said, "Don't blame your third martial uncle. I'm the one who asked him to do this. Your first martial uncle has already pledged his loyalty to the 5-element sect's formation Grandmaster, old ancestor Golden Cicada, and 2 of his disciples. I'm afraid the 5-element sect will find out soon." Luo Xin Laozu's injuries were extremely serious. After saying these 2 sentences, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The 2 third-generation disciples who were supporting him were flustered again, but Luo Xin Laozu pushed them away and said, "Third brother, we have to hurry. Wuxing School will find out about this soon." The mid-Dharma adept nodded and put away the storage instrument of the fallen first uncle. He conjured a few spells with his hands and was about to cast a spell when he suddenly heard a series of explosions from outside the mountain. Immediately after, the third martial uncle's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back, just in time to stand in front of Luo Xin Laozu and the 2 early Dharma adept. As the explosions sounded outside the mountain, the array board of the sect-protecting formation suddenly flashed wildly. Immediately after, there was a muffled sound, and the flying spirit stones and fragments of the array board were all blocked by the third martial uncle. When everything dissipated and the 2 early Dharma adepts looked over, the array board in front of them had mostly collapsed. However, there was still a piece in the middle that seemed to form a different structure. Luo Xin Laozu seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. She threw a storage instrument to the third martial uncle and said, "Luckily, the double array was not damaged. Most of the sect's inheritance is inside. Third brother, quickly take them away and go to the North Sea to find 6th brother Lei. He is the last disciple of the old man. Remember, you must pass on the sect." Chapter 1233. The Luo Xin sect's sect-protecting formation had a teleportation portal embedded in it. This was similar to the Kongming sect's teleportation portal embedded in other formation nodes. The only difference was that the Kongming sect's teleportation portal was fixed in place while the Kongming sect's teleportation portal was hidden in the formation node. Undoubtedly, the difficulty level was higher. However, This teleportation portal looked extremely small and exquisite. It was a short-distance teleportation portal that could only teleport 2 people at a time. The third Uncle Master had already embedded the Spirit Stone. Just as the 2 third-generation disciples stood on it, there was a sudden stomp from the cave above their heads. Luo Xin Laozu and the third Uncle Master's expressions changed instantly. Luo Xin Laozu suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and activate the teleportation portal." With that, her body, which had already been shattered by 8th Sister Zhu's attack, suddenly exploded. A moth Dharma power suddenly expanded. At the same time, with that soft sound, the cave where the teleportation portal was located suddenly collapsed. The moth Dharma power tried its best to resist the collapse. However, cracks appeared on the moth Dharma power and its body sank further. Luo Xin Laozu, who was already at the end of her strength, could not stop almost half of Luo Xin Mountain from collapsing. Moreover, this was a spell from the most powerful of the 5 pure young disciples of Wuxing School, the Earth Spiritual Sun. Seeing that the teleportation portal had just been activated and the 2 third-generation disciples of the Luo Xin sect had yet to leave, the third Uncle Master did not say a word and suddenly exploded his body in the same way. A violent abyss Dharma power roared into the sky and pushed up with both palms. With the sacrifice of the 2 Dharma adepts' flesh and blood, the collapsing cave was finally stopped. The teleportation portal finally flashed with a white light and the 2 early Dharma adepts of the Luo Xin sect were teleported away. Then, the 2 Dharma powers used up their last bit of energy and the entire cave collapsed. At the back of Luo Xin Mountain, the tombs of the Luo Xin sect's ancestors were also buried in the collapsed mountain. With just 2 attacks, the sect-protecting formation of the entire Luo Xin sect started to crumble. No matter how confident Zhu Bie was in her cultivation base, she was stunned. The grand cultivators of the 4 medium-sized sects upstream and downstream of Luo Yue River who followed her saw 8th Sister Zhu's power, and they flattered her for a while. They were more and more afraid of the pure young Laozu in front of them. No matter what, 8th Sister Zhu wanted to set an example in front of the powerful cultivators who were hiding in the surroundings. Even if the sect-protecting formation of Luo Xin sect was a trap, 8th Sister Zhu had to try it. If she didn't even have the courage to take this risk, she wouldn't have come this far in the cultivation world. Moreover, such a clumsy trap did not look like a trick of Wuxing School. It looked more like an accident. If it was an accident, that would be even better. 8th Sister Zhu turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the Luo Xin Hall at the top of Luo Xin Mountain. She knew that the pure young 5 sons of Wuxing School would definitely be gathered in the hall. However, just as 8th Sister Zhu broke into the collapsing sect-protecting formation of Luo Xin sect, she saw the Luo Xin Mountain in front of her suddenly shake. Then, as 8th Sister Zhu's heart suddenly jumped, there was a dull thud and the entire Luo Xin Mountain sank by 3 feet. Collapse. No, this was the work of Earth's spiritual sun. There was an internal conflict on Luo Xin Mountain. This was 8th Sister Zhu's first reaction. She was excited for no reason. This was a good opportunity to kill. 8th Sister Zhu waved her hand and each of the 36 flying forks turned into 3 feet long in midair. They were arranged in a picturesque manner and fell towards the Luo Xin Hall at the top of Luo Xin Mountain. During the battle at Qingming River, 8th Sister Zhu's flying fork formation was broken by Xiao Baiyu's sword and a few of them were broken. Now, it had been mended. Moreover, after being besieged by Mara's army for more than 10 years in the 9 mystical tower, 8th Sister Zhu was no longer the second-generation cultivator who had just entered the pure yang state. Her attacks were more experienced and powerful. In the Luo Xin Hall, Shui Lingzi giggled and said, "It's rare for 8th Sister Zhu to be the vanguard personally in the cultivation world. Let me meet the number 1 second-generation cultivator of the 9 mystical tower first." Earth Spiritual Sun nodded and said, "8th Sister Zhu is just a cover. It's fine as long as we block it. 8th Sister Zhu wants to lure those who are watching from the sidelines to attack. Our pure young 5 elements formation naturally doesn't only trap 8th Sister Zhu. 3rd Sister just needs to stay within 3 miles of the Luo Xin Hall." Shui Lingzi's body turned into water vapor and disappeared. She left a voice in midair and said, "Big brother, don't worry. I know what to do." Seeing that the 36 flying forks were about to land on the roof of the Luoxin Hall, 8th sister Zhu only needed to set up the flying fork formation first. Even if she was not a match for the pure young 5 sons, it wouldn't be difficult for her to restrain 2 or 3 of them for a short period of time. As long as the pure young 5 sons couldn't set up the pure young 5 elements formation in time, she wouldn't be the only one to attack. Those great divinities hidden in the surrounding void were all as cunning as ghosts. They naturally knew when was the best time to strike. As long as they found a flaw, they would definitely attack together and hit the enemy while they were down. No one was willing to see the strength of the 5 elements sect rise to a higher level in the Central Plains. However, the pure young 5 sons obviously wouldn't let 8th sister Zhu's wishful thinking be so easy. A cloud of water vapor floated out of the Luoxin Hall and formed a colorful rainbow light under the sunlight. Then, this rainbow light really floated up and even separated from the previous water mist. The rolling pure young qi filled the surroundings. It rolled in midair and suddenly enveloped 12 of the 36 flying forks. Water cloud! 8th sister Zhu shouted. 12 of the remaining 24 flying forks suddenly changed direction in midair and flew toward the rainbow light. The remaining 12 joined together one by one, forming a huge 3-pronged flying fork. It went straight toward the cloud that floated out of the Luoxin Hall. A giggling sound could be heard, and the mist, as if it had been touched by a gentle breeze, drifted a few hundred feet to the side. Then, the mist gradually condensed, and Shui Ling walked out from it. The 12 flying pitchforks had missed their target. The other 12 flying forks that stabbed the colorful rainbow light passed through the rainbow light and collided with the 12 flying forks that were trapped in the rainbow light. The flying forks formation was in chaos. Right at this moment, the rainbow light that 8th sister Zhu called water cloud abruptly retracted. This time, it took form and trapped the 24 flying pitchforks in one go. Shui Lingzi, who was nearby, stretched out her hand and beckoned. The rainbow light floated towards Shui Lingzi, wanting to collect the 24 flying pitchforks. 8th sister Zhu wasn't surprised. Instead, she was happy. She had been thinking about how to separate the pure young 5 children. Previously, when the flying fork array failed, she was already thinking about how to lure Shui Lingzi out of Luoxin Mountain. She was even planning to give up her face and retreat in a sorry state. But now, Shui Lingzi wanted to take away her flying fork array. The flying fork array was 8th sister Zhu's life source array. How could it be taken away so easily? 8th sister Zhu also stretched out her hand and waved it in the air. The trapped 24 flying fork array flew towards 8th sister Zhu fiercely, immediately entering a stalemate with Shui Lingzi. At the same time, the remaining 12 flying forks once again flew towards Shui Lingzi. Taking advantage of Shui Lingzi's dodging and not having enough time to absorb the water cloud, 8th sister Zhu suddenly shook the 24 flying forks, and together with the water cloud, they moved several dozen feet towards 8th sister Zhu's direction. Shui Lingzi seemed to be caught off guard for a moment. Her body that was floating in the air involuntarily tilted. She took a few steps in the air before stabilizing her body. 8th sister Zhu was overjoyed. She waved her hand again, and the 24 flying forks once again struggled in 8th sister Zhu's direction. At the same time, the 12 flying forks that were previously stabbing at Shui Lingzi turned around and drew an arc in the air. Then, they spread out into a fan shape and stabbed at Shui Lingzi's back. It seemed like they were trying to pull Shui Lingzi from the front and back. Shui Lingzi had no choice but to fly hundreds of feet forward again to avoid the encirclement of the flying forks behind her. The distance between Shui Lingzi and the 24 flying forks was once again pulled closer by 8th sister Zhu. Seeing that she was pulling Shui Lingzi further and further away, Shui Lingzi wanted to use the same trick again. As long as she led Shui Lingzi to a certain distance, someone would naturally stop Shui Lingzi from joining up with the other 4 pure young masters of Wuxing School. Then, the pure young 5 elements array would naturally collapse on its own. However, just as 8th sister Zhu once again exploded her pure young power to pull Shui Lingzi forward, 24 flying forks suddenly burst out from the spiritual treasure, Shui Lingzi. Not far away, Shui Lingzi's mocking laughter could be heard. This time, it was 8th sister Zhu's turn to be caught off guard. After she finally controlled the 24 flying forks and stabilized her body, she saw that Shui Lingzi had released the spiritual treasure, Shui Lingzi, who had previously collected the 24 flying forks. Then, Shui Lingzi shook her hand and threw the Shui Lingzi, which was shining with a colorful light under the sunlight, backward. However, it tore the 12 flying forks that were stabbing behind her into pieces. For a moment, 8th Sister Zhu actually had a feeling that she was being ridiculed like a clown. Shui Lingzi's laughter was like a sharp sword, piercing into 8th Sister Zhu's heart one after another. 8th Sister Zhu's face was pale. She stretched out one hand and suddenly opened it. The 12 flying forks that were previously messed up by Shui Lingzi were lined up in the air, once again blocking Shui Lingzi's path of retreat. The smile on Shui Ling's face disappeared, and when she turned around again, the remaining 24 flying forks had also spread out in front of her, merging with the previous 12 flying forks. At this time, Shui Ling happened to be in the middle of the 36 flying forks. The 36 flying forks array was formed. Shui Lingzi was playing with 8th Sister Zhu, and 8th Sister Zhu had given up her pure young face to be ridiculed. How could she not be scheming against Shui Lingzi? Who? A gentle breeze mixed with moisture came from the north and south. 8th Sister Zhu and Shui Lingzi looked towards the north and south at the same time. 2 green jade ribbons came from the north and south along the canals opened by the 5 Elements sect. The green jade canal was about to connect. Just as the two of them were distracted, a wave of pure yang qi rolled over. A giant hand came from the depths of the pure yang qi and pressed down on Shui Lingzi's head. Chapter 1234. Just when Shui Lingzi was distracted, a pure yang giant hand descended from the sky and slapped toward her head. Shui Lingzi had already been trapped by 8th Sister Zhu's flying fork array. At this time, someone finally couldn't hold back and suddenly launched a surprise attack on Shui Lingzi, intending to join forces with 8th Sister Zhu to besiege Shui Lingzi. Although this still couldn't kill Shui Lingzi, as long as she was severely injured, the power of the pure yang 5 elements array would naturally be greatly reduced. By then, Shui Lingzi would be the biggest flaw in the 5 elements array. Shimen Mingyu. Shui Lingzi suddenly screamed when she saw the pure yang giant hand. The spiritual treasure, water element cloud, circled around and protected Shui Lingzi in it. At this time, 8th Sister Zhu had also launched the flying fork array. Flying forks with pure yang qi crisscrossed, but she was still trapped in it and couldn't break through. However, Shui Lingzi's spiritual treasure was firmly protecting her and constantly resisting the flying forks, but she turned a blind eye to the pure yang giant hand that was falling from the sky. If this attack really landed on Shui Lingzi, even if it couldn't kill a pure yang Laozu, it could at least make him suffer a big loss. It was just that this was a little too easy. Although 8th Sister Zhu was very confident in her flying fork array, she wasn't arrogant enough to think that she could make a pure yang Laozu, who had cultivated for far longer than her, lose sight of the other. Old man Shimen, you're so shameless. Eat this move from your grandpa fire. 8th Sister Zhu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Shui Lingzi was so fearless. The pure yang 5 sons had been immersed in the 5 elements array for hundreds of years. Their tacit understanding was naturally not limited to the 5 elements array. Shui Lingzi didn't care about the pure yang giant hand above her head because she knew that fire spirit would definitely make a sudden move at the right time to save her from danger. Half of the sky was dyed fiery red after this shout. However, there was not a single flame in the sky. A strange cry came from the pure yang cloud in midair, and the pure yang hand retracted before it could land. A loud explosion came from the pure yang clouds. A beam of red light shot out from the pure yang clouds. After that, the fire spirit was blown away from the clouds. The pure yang qi in the clouds was quickly disappearing. Shimen Mingyu took the lead and chased after the fire spirit. The entire sky was changing colors along with the two's attacks. For a moment, the fire spirit was actually being suppressed by Shimen Mingyu. They couldn't join hands with 8th Sister Zhu to besiege Shui Lingzi, but at least they managed to restrain one of the pure yang 5. 8th Sister Zhu and Shimen Mingyu attacked one after another. The 2 pure yang experts from the 2 great holy lands had joined hands to deal with the Wuxing school. However, this alone was enough to change the expressions of those great divine abilities hidden in the surrounding void. It seemed that this was indeed a good time to attack. Not only did 8th Sister Zhu, Shimen Mingyu, and the others feel this kind of restless aura, but Shui Lingzi and the others also felt it. At this time, the water in the north and south canals were already very close, and their destination happened to be the Luo Yue River at the foot of Luoshin Mountain. Closer, even closer. Hualalala. Just like the convergence of ordinary water, the north and south canals poured into the Luo Yue water at the same time. Then, the entire Luo Yue water, with the convergence point as the center, two distinct water canals, one dark green and one dark green, respectively dyed the Luo Yue water in the north and the south. The Cyan Jade Canal was finally connected, but the two canals could not merge with each other. Anyone could see this strange phenomenon. Under the surface of this smooth encounter between the two canals, the collision from the canals was turbulent. However, the Cyan Jade Canal was finally opened. All of this seemed to have suddenly become a fuse. The powerful cultivators who had been hiding in the two canals could no longer stand in them because of the violent fluctuations of the canals. The 20 to 30 great cultivators had to retreat from the canals, exposing themselves at the foot of Luoshin Mountain. Since they had been exposed, there was naturally no reason for them to hide again. This last piece of concealment was removed cleanly. Most of the 20 to 30 grand cultivators had come along the Qingming River. Most of them were itinerant cultivators. After the 9 profound tower and the soaring sky pavilion divided up the Qingming River, there was not much left. However, the two holy lands at least had some scruples about itinerant cultivators and did not take things too far. At the very least, these itinerant cultivators still had a place to cultivate. Now that the 5-element sect wanted to interfere, the Azure Netherworld River's water vein had been divided up once more, and there wasn't much left. Cultivators who were born as independent cultivators were undoubtedly the most direct victims, so they had to fight the 5-element sect no matter what. More than 20 great cultivators who were individual cultivators immediately spread out and occupied their positions. Together with the 4 great cultivators from the medium-sized sects upstream and downstream of the Luo Yue River, they cooperated with 8th Sister Zhu and Shimen Mingyu to besiege the 2 pure young cultivators of Wuxing School. Even pure young cultivators had to retreat when faced with the joint attack of more than 20 great cultivators. Not to mention that fire spirit and water spirit were restrained by the 2 Laozu of the same level. A golden light slashed across the sky and blocked most of the joint attack of more than 20 great cultivators. Jin Lingzi pierced through the void and appeared in front of the 20 or so great cultivators who had been thrown out from the 2 water veins. The crescent moon saber in his hand once again slashed out an arc of light, encircling more than half of the 20 or so great cultivators. 3 of the pure young 5 had been forced out. However, at this moment, a colorful light suddenly rose above the Luoshin Palace. The cultivators who had already attacked suddenly attacked more fiercely. Is the 5 elements formation finally going to attack? Then they must entangle water spirit and fire spirit even more. They must not let the other party complete the pure young 5 elements formation. However, this multicolored light was not as powerful as everyone had expected. Furthermore, it was not coming for Shui Lingzi and the other 2. Instead, it was heading straight for the 20 or so great cultivators who were trapped by Jin Lingzi's crescent moon scimitar. This was a Dao soldier formation formed by the late Dharma adepts of Wuxing School in the Luoshin Palace. It was also a 5 elements formation. Although it was not the 5 elements formation formed by 5 pure young cultivators, this formation was enough to fight against nearly 20 cultivators of the same level. At least it was much easier than Jin Lingzi fighting against these demons alone. Jin Lingzi, who was free, casually slashed with the crescent moon scimitar in his hand, cutting off the legs of a great cultivator not far away. He fell into the Luo Yue River with a wail. The remaining force of the blade did not stop. It broke a defensive magic treasure in the hands of another great cultivator. The great cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and swayed in the air. Jin Lingzi sneered disdainfully and said, "Rogue cultivators?" Although these 20 or so rogue cultivators were all great cultivators, Some of them had reached this stage because of the complete inheritance. Among the 20 or so people, there were less than 5 who had a first tribulation spirit treasure in their hands. They did not even have a second tribulation spirit treasure. Most of the great cultivators of the late Dharma stage were using shabby soul-nurturing magic treasures. Even Lao Tzu, a Dharma adept from a medium-sized sect, would not be so shabby. This was also why Jin Lingzi could use a second tribulation spirit treasure, the crescent moon scimitar, to encircle more than half of them. Now, the 5 Dharma adepts of Wuxing school could use a small 5 elements formation to encircle nearly 20 cultivators of the same level. After clearing the obstacles in front of him, Jin Lingzi swung his scimitar, and a golden scimitar light that was hundreds of feet long went straight for 8th Sister Zhu's head. At this time, Shui Lingzi was trapped by 8th Sister Zhu's flying fork formation and was at a disadvantage. However, 8th Sister Zhu's advantage was only in the element of surprise. At this time, if she was attacked by Jin Lingzi and Shui Lingzi from the front and back, she would naturally be no match for them. Seeing that Jin Lingzi's scimitar light was about to land on 8th Sister Zhu's head, 3 streams of pure yang qi suddenly erupted from the Qingming River at the foot of Luoxin Mountain. A tyrannical roar was the first to clamor, "Hey, eat Grandpa Yuan's stick." Although it was said to be a stick, there were countless stick shadows that rose from below. After smashing Jin Lingzi's scimitar light in one fell swoop, the remaining force didn't stop and went straight for his body. Yuan Pokong! Jin Lingzi also let out a loud roar. The full moon scimitar in his hand drew out several scimitar flowers, but only a scimitar light that swept over 100 feet was formed in midair. It broke the countless stick shadows in one fell swoop. However, his attack on 8th Sister Zhu was also unable to continue. However, just as Jin Lingzi broke Yuan Pokong's attack, 3 treasured fans of different colors flew out from another stream of pure yang qi. The 3 treasured fans fanned one after another. One turned into a raging fire, one turned into a flood, and the last scattered into a golden sword that filled the sky, slashing toward Jin Lingzi. And this wasn't the end. Just as the 3 treasured fans attacked, another stream of pure yang qi that rose from the Qingming River suddenly condensed and finally turned into a purple thunderbolt that struck toward Jin Lingzi with a thunderous roar. Jin Lingzi was shocked and said loudly, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect the Heavenly Xian sect and the Yuan clan to be involved in this mess." In the Luoxin Palace, the moment the 3 streams of pure yang qi rose from the Qingming River, Earthling's face turned solemn. He turned to Mu Lingzi and said, "Second junior brother, go and help 5th junior brother." Mu Lingzi was startled and said, "Big brother, what about the cauldron?" Earthlingzi smiled and said, "Rest assured, second junior brother. I can handle it alone." Mu Lingzi was shocked and then delighted. He laughed and said, "Then I must congratulate eldest senior brother." Earthlingzi nodded slightly, but Mu Lingzi had already disappeared. Mu Lingzi's roar came from outside the Luoxin Palace. "Yuan Xiaotian, how shameless of you to win by relying on numbers. Come, come, come. Fight with me for 300 round." In the Luoxin Palace, not long after Mu Lingzi left, Earthlingzi suddenly opened his mouth and said, "5 Yuan brothers, we can start now. Please help me." A man with a human body and an ape's head appeared behind Earthlingzi and laughed softly, "I'll first smooth out the 2 water veins. When the time comes, I only need to activate the water transformation talisman to merge the 2 water veins completely." Chapter 1235. Earth Spirit nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Water Ape." The Water Ape casually opened a spatial door in the air and disappeared after stepping into it. At this moment, the surroundings of Luoxin Mountain had already become the battlefield of the pure Yang Laozu. The surrounding space was vibrating. Who would dare to add a spatial ability to themselves, but this water ape just happened to be able to do it. Outside of Luoxin Mountain, Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi joined forces to resist the encirclement of the 3 pure Yang Laozu. However, they inevitably fell into a disadvantageous position. After all, they were all pure Yang Laozu. Their birth and cultivation levels were not too different. Unless it was a life and death battle, it was extremely difficult to distinguish who was superior. However, Yuan Pokong had always been very powerful once he started fighting. Although 7 Fan Laozu, Yuan Xiaotian, and Yuan Pokong were besieging him, there was no telling if Yuan Pokong's ability would become interested and engulf the 4 cultivators including themselves. It was also because of the unstable factor, Yuan Pokong, that Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi could persist under the encirclement of the 3 pure yang cultivators. In any case, in the battle outside of Luoshin Mountain, other than Earth Spirit who had yet to appear, the other 4 pure yang cultivators were undoubtedly surrounded by other pure yang cultivators. The pure yang 5 elemental formation that the entire cultivation world feared seemed to be unable to form again. Lin Yu Laozu made the first move. Lin Yu Laozu was also an itinerant cultivator, but he was a pure yang itinerant cultivator. It wasn't that there weren't any itinerant cultivators who could raise their cultivation level to the pure yang cultivator level. Such figures were extremely common in the first 10,000 years of the world's creation. Moreover, such figures were mostly the founders of various sects. In the following 10,000 years, it was not that there were no itinerant cultivators who were born as pure yang cultivators, but the number of them was much smaller. The reason for this was the rise of more and more sects and forces, which constantly divided up the cultivation world's cultivation resources. As itinerant cultivators, they were naturally at a disadvantage in this aspect. Without sufficient cultivation resources, the number of itinerant cultivators who achieved pure yang cultivation naturally decreased. Fortunately, the cultivation world was still in the process of exchanging, perfecting, and learning from the various legacies circulating in the cultivation world. Therefore, it was not difficult for loose cultivators to obtain a relatively complete set of legacies. This also allowed loose cultivators to maintain an advantage over others. However, in the past 10,000 years or so, the entire cultivation world had become increasingly stable. The cultivation resources were basically divided up by the various sects, tribes, and forces. Ordinary loose cultivators rarely had access to sufficient cultivation resources. Moreover, at this time, while the legacies of the cultivation world were becoming more and more complete, it was also becoming more and more conservative. All the various forces, big and small, knew that it was important to keep the broom to themselves. Between the forces, there was no need to talk about mutual exchanges and complementation. The first rule that the elders of the various sects taught their disciples was that if anyone coveted their sect's legacies, they should kill them first. This directly led to the increasing chaos and shortage of legacies for loose cultivators. Coupled with the lack of cultivation resources, it was extremely rare for loose cultivators to achieve pure yang cultivation. Their success could only be supported by fate and luck. In reality, Lin Yu Laozu was not considered a loose cultivator, at least not before he survived the Second Thunder trial. He was originally a mid-Dharma Laozu from a medium-sized sect. Although his sect's legacies were not considered the best, they still had 2 or 3 complete sets of techniques that could be practiced to the late Dharma stage. According to the original trajectory, Lin Yu Laozu would at most survive the Second Thunder trial with the full support of his sect. He would become the 5th great adept in the late Dharma stage in the history of his sect. This was probably already the peak. However, a sudden disaster had caused Lin Yu Laozu's dream of becoming the first adept in his sect in 1,000 years to fall off a cliff. The sect that Lin Yu Laozu belonged to had accidentally discovered the cavern of an ancient pure yang adept, and this news had somehow reached the ears of the Wuxing school. Lin Yu Laozu was overjoyed, thinking that he would be able to go one step further and become the first adept in his sect in 5,000 years. However, the Wuxing school had suddenly come knocking on his door. The sect that Lin Yu Laozu belonged to was instantly destroyed. Lin Yu Laozu was the only one who managed to escape. Lin Yu Laozu, who had escaped, was extremely lucky. He had even managed to steal the legacies and a portion of the cultivation resources left behind by the ancient pure yang adept before the Wuxing school. In order to avoid being hunted down by the Wuxing school, Lin Yu Laozu fled all the way to the upper reaches of the Qingming River. With the help of the legacy of the ancient pure yang adept, Lin Yu Laozu quickly passed through the Second Thunder tribulation. After that, he sneaked into the Qingming River and cultivated for hundreds of years. Finally, he made further progress and passed through the Third Thunder tribulation and became a pure yang adept. Lin Yu Laozu, who had become a pure young adept, immediately became excited. He knew that with his own cultivation and aptitude, he had already exhausted the legacy of the ancient pure young adept to become a pure young adept. He would not be able to take the final step of becoming a pure young adept no matter what. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Laozu, who had the cultivation of a pure young adept, now had the right to challenge a holy land. However, at this time, the Wuxing school had launched an all-out attack. Under the circumstances where they had already occupied a considerable portion of the Yulon River, they had taken advantage of the precarious situation to seize another portion of the Qingming River. All of a sudden, they had lost the moral support of the cultivation world in the central region. Those who originally had a grudge against the Wuxing school jumped out one after another to add insult to injury. Naturally, Lin Yu Laozu was one of them. Out of the 5 pure young adepts of the Wuxing school, 4 were drawn out at once. Apart from the Earth spiritual son, who had never shown up, the other 4 were undoubtedly fighting on their own. Looking at the pure young adepts of the Wuxing school, Laozu of the 9 Profound Tower, the Skyward Pavilion, the Yuan clan, the Wise Great Ape, and the Tianxian sect, which one of them was not famous? At this time, the Wuxing school was the typical example of an unjust cause finding little support. Was there a better time than now? Lin Yu Laozu was excited. The Jasper Breeze flute, a grade 1 tribulation spiritual treasure that had been passed down in his sect until now, produced a clear and melodious sound in the air. He displayed one of the 2 supreme divine abilities that Lin Yu Laozu had cultivated, the god-slaying technique. This was a supreme divine ability that he had obtained from the inheritance of the ancient pure young adepts. It was a direct attack on the adepts' minds. Be it the power or the style, it was far different from the divine ability of the current cultivation world. It was strange and marvelous, and it was similar to the soul-devouring technique of the devil cultivators. Bastards of the Wuxing school, to think that you would have such a day. Today, I, Lin Yu, will avenge the 3,000 adepts of my Yi Yun sect. Lin Yu Laozu's attack was directed at Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi, who were being besieged. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to join the battle between Qi Fan Laozu and the others, Yuan Pokong went crazy again. With a sweep of his staff, more than half of the space in front of him was covered by his staff radiance. Coincidentally, the position where Lin Yu Laozu joined the battle was within the range of the staff radiance. Lin Yu Laozu was furious in his heart, but he did not show it. Then, with a flash, he retreated dozens of feet, avoiding Yuan Pokong's sharp edge. However, his supreme divine ability was not affected. Under the influence of this strange divine ability, Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi were caught off guard. The 2 of them cried out in surprise and chose to retreat at the same time. This caused Yuan Pokong to have a whole new level of respect for them. Everyone present was a top figure in the cultivation world. Naturally, they were people who knew what was good for them. However, there was really no time to say anything. Seeing that Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi were about to escape after suffering a hidden loss, Yuan Pokong did not have time to say anything. He directly shouted at Lin Yu Laozu, "Stop them." Lin Yu Laozu was very angry. However, he was a person who could see the bigger picture. He believed that he would not lower himself to the level of an idiot like Yuan Pokong. He swept the Jasper Breeze flute in his hand. Amidst the woo-woo sound, he displayed another of Lin Yu Laozu's supreme divine ability, Vanquish Plum. This supreme divine ability was not the inheritance of an ancient pure yang. Instead, it was the inheritance of the Yi Yun sect that Lin Yu Laozu belonged to. Unfortunately, the power of this inheritance was obviously not as surprising as the god-slaying from before. 2 pure young Laozu from Wuxing school joined forces to break the Vanquish Plum. They almost made him suffer a hidden loss. This shocked Lin Yu Laozu so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, at this time, 2 more pure yang jumped out one after another. They chose to besiege the battle circle of Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi. The 2 of them attacked one after another and finally stopped Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi from retreating. At that moment, the 5 Elements sect had 4 pure yang powerhouses outside Luoshin Mountain, while the other side had already had 8 pure yang powerhouses appearing one after another. Due to the disparity in strength and the fact that they were surrounded by the pure yang powerhouses, the five elements sect's defeat was only a matter of time before they could form the pure yang five elements array. However, there was still Earthlingsy. What was he doing? Why did he not show up despite the other four being besieged? Everyone was trying their best to prevent Wuxing School's pure yang five elemental formation from forming. However, Earthlingsy did not show up at all. Even when his side was at a disadvantage, he did not try to form a pure yang five elemental formation. However, while everyone was focusing all their attention on the pure yang five elemental formation, they seemed to have neglected him. What was he doing? A giant multicolored tiger suddenly leaped down from the sky, twisting its body in mid-air before sweeping a massive tail that was as thick as a human thigh through the air. Half of the Luoxin Palace collapsed with a resounding crash. Spirit Beast Sect, Tiger King Feng Lu. A loud roar came from the collapsing Luoxin Palace. Earthlingsy laughed and stood still. However, the ground under his feet moved automatically and moved him out of the palace. Tempage, die. The pure yang from Spirit Beast Sect, Laozu Feng Lu, had already arrived above the back of Luoxin Mountain. After forcing Earthlingsy out of Luoxin Palace, he snorted coldly and said die. As soon as he finished speaking, a winged tiger descended from the sky and pounced on Earthlingsy. Not necessarily. Earthlingsy sneered and waved his hand. A five-colored brilliance shone brightly and covered an area of 30 miles in one fell swoop. Chapter 1236. Pure Yang 5 Elements Formation. No one knew who shouted, but all the pure Yang Laozu on the field stepped up their attacks in unison. The pure Yang 5 Elements Formation had shaken the world of cultivation for tens of thousands of years. At this time, it had separated the pure Yang 5 suns. They could not be allowed to gather together again, otherwise all their efforts today would be in vain. However, just as the five-colored light covered an area of 15 kilometers in one fell swoop, the opponents of the patriarchs suddenly disappeared amid a flash of five-colored light. Oh no, this formation is strange. At this critical moment, all the pure Yang patriarchs naturally attacked with all their might. In such a fierce battle, none of the other four pure Yang patriarchs from the Five Elements sect had the ability to use their spatial abilities to escape from the entanglement and siege of the other pure Yang cultivators. In that case, it could only be because of the pure Yang 5 Elements formation. At this moment, all the pure Yang practitioners guarded themselves. When the colorful light gradually dimmed, everyone found that they had been trapped in a colorful space. The space was divided into 5 directions, each of which had its own color and was guarded by a pure Yang cultivator from the 5 Elements sect. The 5 passes were the pure Yang 5 disciples, and they were besieging 9 cultivators of the same level. Jin Lingzi, charge! Feng Lu roared, and another fierce tiger jumped out from behind him. It was a white-fronted tiger, and it roared in unison with the previous 2 fierce tigers. Suddenly, they rushed towards Jin Lingzi, who occupied the position of Jin Lingzi. Feng Lu was known as the Tiger King in the cultivation world because he had 3 spirit beasts who had reached the late Dharma stage. These 3 spirit beasts were from the 3 most powerful clans of the Tiger Demon clan, and they were born to be more aggressive and ferocious than other spirit beasts of the same level. These spirit beasts did not have spiritual intelligence, but they were not afraid of death. Coupled with the training of Feng Lu, the pure Yang Laozu, Feng Lu's strength was extremely strong among the pure Yang practitioners. After the battle just now, Jin Ling's strength was undoubtedly relatively weak among the pure Yang 5 sons. Feng Lu roared, and 7 Fan Laozu, Yuan Pokong, and Yuan Xiaotian followed him and attacked Jin Lingzi together. 8th Sister Zhu and Shimen Mingyu were slightly hesitant, but they immediately came to their senses and followed closely behind. Of the remaining 3 pure Yang masters, only Patriarch Lin Yu reacted slightly faster. The other 2 originally came with the intention of taking advantage of the situation, but they did not expect that the pure Yang quintet would somehow succeed in setting up the pure Yang 5 elements formation in a foolproof situation. It was inevitable that they were a little confused. Seeing Feng Lu and the others attacking together, Even Jin Lingzi, who was in charge of the pure Yang 5 Elements formation, could not help but change his expression. The 5 Elements formation operated, and the space kept changing. Finally, it gathered the power of the pure Yang 5 suns, and under the support of the formation, it resolved the attacks of Fenglu and the others one by one. However, how could the divine sense and magic technique of the power of the 6 pure Yang Laozu be so easily resolved? Jin Lingzi could protect himself, but the attacks of the others were not only aimed at him. The whole invisible space suddenly shook violently. Jin Lingzi was shocked at first, but then he laughed scornfully, and his whole body began to dissipate in front of everyone. At the same time, the space where Jin Lingzi was standing before suddenly extended backward, and Mu Lingzi had already appeared there with a smile. Just when Jin Lingzi and Mu Lingzi took advantage of the gap of the joint attack of the pure Yang Laozu to suddenly change, a jasper flute suddenly came from the back of the 6 pure Yang Laozu with a crisp shou-shou sound, and suddenly rushed towards Mu Lingzi. This time, not only Mu Lingzi was caught off guard, even Fenglu and the other 6 pure Yang were a little stunned for a moment. At this moment, Mu Lingzi was actually hit by the supreme divine sense of Lin Yu Laozu that was inherited from the ancient times, God-slaying. Although Mu Lingzi could combine the power of the 5 pure Yang's divine sense with just a thought, this kind of strange divine sense still caused Mu Lingzi's expression to distort. The sharp pain from the divine sense caused Mu Lingzi, the dignified pure Yang Laozu, to have cold sweat appear on his forehead. Obviously, he had suffered a loss. The brilliance of the pure Yang 5 elemental formation lay in the continuous change of space, and the ability to gather the power of 5 pure Yangs at any time. This way, it could easily separate the people trapped in the formation, and defeat them one by one. Fenglu's roar was actually not only because Jin Lingzi's strength was the weakest among the pure Yang 5. In reality, the 5 of them could gather at any time, so it didn't matter which one they faced. Fenglu's real intention was to gather everyone together, and not be separated by the 5 elemental formation. This way, they could combine their strength to resist the pure Yang 5 elemental formation. Even if they couldn't break this formation, they could at least protect themselves in this formation. Although Lin Yu Laozu was a step slower, he still caught up in the end, and joined up with Fenglu and the other 5 pure Yang Laozu. They even accidentally caused Mu Lingzi to suffer a loss. As for the 2 pure Yang cultivators who were confused, they had already disappeared. Obviously, they had been separated from the others by the 5 elemental formation. Whether they could resist the joint attack of the pure Yang 5 elemental formation would depend on their own luck. Just as the pure Yang 5 elemental formation suddenly took shape, covering a radius of 30 miles, including the Green Jade Canal at the foot of Luoxin Mountain, the ape-headed man who suddenly appeared in the Qingming River took the opportunity to control the 2 incompatible water veins, Qingming and Yulon. Then, he intertwined the 2 water veins like a rope, as if tying a knot. Of course, this could not completely fuse the 2 water veins, but it was the only way to make the 2 water veins temporarily unable to be separated. At this moment, under the cover of the pure Yang 5 elemental formation, a faint light quietly came to the intersection of the Luoya River and the Green Jade Canal. This person was the formation master of Wuxing School, Golden Cicada Laozu, who had never shown himself. After Golden Cicada Laozu stepped on the Luoya River, with him as the center, the river within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly calmed down like a mirror. Then, a group of dark blue halos appeared on the river mirror. Golden Cicada Laozu looked solemn as he patted his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the blood fell on the dozens of dark blue halos on the river mirror. Then, the dozens of halos began to flicker with blue and blood-red light. Golden Cicada Laozu smiled slightly. The palm that had never left his chest this time began to slowly move away, and the palm began to flash with a cyan-purple halo. Patriarch Golden Cicada blew on his palm, and a thin layer of talisman shimmering with a bluish-purple halo floated up from his palm. As he exhaled, it began to slowly expand, gradually turning into a talisman that was about a foot long. On the talisman, there were countless spirit patterns that outlined complicated and mysterious runes. However, every time the runes outlined on this page reached the left edge of the talisman, it always gave people a feeling that it was not enough, as if there should be another half of these runes continuing. If Lu Ping was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this talisman happened to be the other half of the talisman formed by the two spiritual enchantments in the two halves of the spirit treasure. When the two were combined together, it was a complete talisman. After Golden Cicada Laozu summoned this half-talisman, he began to stand on the water and chant. His hands were like butterflies flying through flowers in front of his chest, constantly forming various gestures, and from time to time, he condensed a spiritual light from his fingertips into the half-talisman hanging in front of him. And at this time, the blue and red halo that was appearing on the water's surface under his feet had clearly separated into two clouds at this time. One cloud gradually formed the shape of a rock, and there seemed to be a faint, sharp chirping sound coming from it. In the other cloud, there seemed to be something moving back and forth, but its true appearance was always hidden by the clouds. The half-talisman floating in front of Golden Cicada Laozu, at this time, with Golden Cicada Laozu's spiritual light, began to gradually expand, from the original 1-foot-long talisman to the size of 10 feet. But Golden Cicada Laozu still did not stop, as streams of spiritual yuan turned into spiritual light and poured into the talisman. The half-talisman floating in front of Golden Cicada Laozu, at this time, with Golden Cicada Minor repairs, as Golden Cicada Minor repairs, by Golden Cicada Laozu, began to gradually expand, from the original size of a foot to the size of 10 feet. But Golden Cicada Laozu still did not stop, as streams of spiritual yuan turned into spiritual light and poured into the talisman. Who bought it? The water ape was doing its best to maintain the two water channels, and clearly had no time to care about anything else. And from the way the water ape saw it, Lu Ping, a mid-Dharma adept, would be able to do it no harm, no matter what, so it did not care about Lu Ping's struggle at this time. Under the use of the water manipulation technique, the surrounding water channel space that was confined by the water ape began to be slowly expanded and controlled by Lu Ping. Not far away, the water ape showed a look of surprise again, and said, "What a brilliant ability to control water. If not for the fact that your level of practice is not enough, just with this water manipulation technique alone, you would be able to stand up to us, the old ape, as an equal. But why does this water manipulation technique look so familiar? Could it be that you have inherited it from the ancient times?" Lu Ping did not say a word, and the technique in his hands condensed even faster. The spiritual yuan in his body was like rolling waves, squandering away in the water manipulation technique. At this time, the water ape seemed to remember something, and its eyes lit up as it said, "Haha, I remember now, Jiao Daren's inheritance. No wonder it looks so familiar. Like I said, in this world of practice, other than that Jiao Daren, who else can compete with us in the art of water manipulation? But in the end, your level of practice is still too low. If you can overcome the third lightning tribulation, I'm afraid that even I, the old ape, would not be your match in the art of water manipulation. Now, you can only die obediently." The water ape, who seemed to have been preoccupied with something in the water channel earlier, seemed to have let go of the lesson. It pointed in the direction of Lu Ping, and the water channel space that Lu Ping had been working hard to control began to freeze again. Chapter 1237. In the Pure Yang Five Elements Great Formation, Fenglu and the other 6 Pure Yang Laozu gathered together to resist the successive attacks of the Five Elements Great Formation. Especially after a test at the beginning, the attacks of the Five Elements Great Formation became more and more intense, and after 2 screams came out of nowhere, the Pure Yang Five Suns seemed to be freed up all of a sudden. The Pure Yang Five Elements Great Formation operated more and more smoothly, and the frequency and strength of the attacks of the 5 Pure Yang Laozu had reached its peak. The 5 Pure Yang took turns to appear and disappear in the Great Formation, and each of their attacks could gather the strength of 5 people. Even if Fenglu and the other 6 Pure Yang Laozu joined forces to resist, they could not achieve unity of mind and spirit like the Pure Yang Five Suns, and were in a passive state of defense from beginning to end. Fortunately, no matter how the Pure Yang Five Suns attacked, Fenglu and the other 6 Pure Yang Laozu had learned a lesson from the previous mistakes, and they firmly gathered together to resist the attacks of the 5 people. Although they were in an extremely difficult situation, they never dared to leave. Lin Yu Laozu was trembling with fear. He did not expect that his side, which originally had the upper hand, would suddenly be trapped in the five elements' great formation. He thought that he could get his revenge, and maybe he could get some benefits from the pure young five suns, but he did not expect that he would suddenly become a fish on the chopping block. Such a contrast really made Lin Yu Laozu very depressed. He had naturally heard of this set of formation, and naturally knew its power. Although everyone could now resist the impact of the formation by joining forces, they could not achieve unity of mind and spirit like the pure young five suns. As long as it was a long time, there would inevitably be flaws, and by then, they would be at the mercy of others in this great formation. But the other six pure yang did not say a word to him from beginning to end, and even Yuan Pokong was hostile to him at the beginning. When he first made his move, the power of Yuan Pokong's staff sweeping across half of the sky was still vivid in his mind. Even if the seven of them joined forces to block the attack of the pure yang five, the other six only accepted Lin Yu Laozu's divine ability, but they still didn't have any communication with him. The six of them attacked as one and cooperated with each other very well. Compared to them, Lin Yu Laozu's performance was a notch lower. In the beginning, he was unable to coordinate with the other six. Even though he had a bit of a tacit understanding towards the end, he could only provide some support for the six of them and take the initiative to cater to their attacks. This was what puzzled Lin Yu Laozu. Each of these six people had different identities. They were all lords in the cultivation world and rarely interacted with each other. How could they have such a tacit understanding when they attacked? Unless these people had a tacit understanding beforehand. This sudden thought surprised Lin Yu Laozu. He subconsciously wanted to deny this possibility, but after entering the invisible space, the six people acted in unison, and everyone's expressionless expressions after being trapped in the array made Lin Yu Laozu more and more convinced of this judgment. This group of people did it on purpose. They had contacted each other in advance and had long thought that they might be trapped in the pure young five elements array. They had also thought of a way to deal with it, and he was inadvertently involved in the battle between these big sects of the Holy Land. No wonder these people rejected his appearance at the beginning. Lin Yu Laozu, who suddenly figured out the reason, took a deep breath. He first cursed his bad luck, then he rejoiced. Fortunately, he followed these six people. Otherwise, he was afraid that his fate would be the same as the other two people. Now that the six of them were able to deal with the situation so calmly after being trapped, Ancestor Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they still have a trump card that can break the pure young five elements array? Just as Patriarch Lin Yu had this thought, a long howl that seemed to pierce through the clouds and crack rocks rang out. It even passed through the pure young five elemental formation, allowing everyone who was trapped to hear it clearly. Qi Fan Laozu suddenly turned to Lin Yu Laozu and shouted, "Don't hold back, attack with all your strength." Lin Yu Laozu was suddenly stunned. He saw that the people who were working together to resist the strangulation of the pure young five elements array suddenly attacked in all directions at the moment of the roar. A great magical power and supreme magical power were attached to the first and second tribulation spiritual treasures, and there was no longer the previous tacit understanding. Lin Yu Laozu quickly came back to his senses. He secretly thought that these people really had a follow-up plan. He first put the jasper clear wind flute to his mouth and blew, and sound waves turned into sharp blades that attacked in all directions. The sudden outbreak of the seven pure young Laozu naturally could not break the pure young five elements array. Even under normal circumstances, it would only make the pure young five disciples flustered for a while. Moreover, they were most looking forward to the scene of the seven pure young Laozu, because the more it was like this, the more likely it was that they would be separated and surrounded. Once the pure young five disciples regained control of this chaotic situation, Fenglu and the other pure young five disciples would inevitably face the fate of being defeated one by one. However, at this moment, a person charged in from outside the pure young five elements formation. A sword light pierced through the heavens and the earth, bringing with it an indomitable murderous aura as if it wanted to cut the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the seven pure young cultivators in the five elements formation formed a force from the inside and outside. Heaven opening sword technique, Jiao ancestors' inheritance. Earth spirit let out a strange cry, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be fine. Even if it was another pure young cultivator, the pure young 5 disciples did not think that this so-called cooperation from inside and outside could break their array. But this person was Xiao Baiyu, the sky-splitting sword sage who once realized the heavenly sword technique from Jiao Daren's handwriting. When the sword light fell, there was a sudden shout from the pure young 5 elements array. Judging from the voice, it was Earth Spirit. The yellow light in the 5-color array condensed on the surface of the array, forming a yellow shield that welcomed the sword light. However, at this moment, the sword light that was slashing down suddenly began to tremble unnoticeably. The only sword light turned into a sword shadow from top to bottom, as if the sword had suddenly turned into thousands of swords at this moment. In an instant, thousands of sword lights slashed at one point of the earth shield. Pucci, the defensive means condensed by Earth Spirit's 5 elements grand array, was immediately broken by the sword lights. Then, the pure young 5 elements grand array was directly cut through by the sword lights like a piece of paper. All kinds of magical arts, spiritual treasures and magic treasures from the inside of the formation immediately resounded through the sky through this gap. The pure young 5 elements array that shocked the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years was so easily broken by Xiao Baiyu and the 7 pure young Laozu's cooperation from inside and outside. Not only Lin Yu and Laozu did not expect it, but the pure young 5 disciples also did not expect it. The leader of the pure young 5 disciples, Earth Spirit, was full of disbelief. He shouted, "Impossible! How can you break the pure young 5 elements array?" Earth Spirit's cultivation had reached the peak of pure yang, and he was only one step away from becoming a true spirit. Although he knew that he might not be a match for Xiao Baiyu in a one-on-one fight, his cultivation was still there. He was also known as the number 1 defensive existence among the cultivators of the same level. If he defended with all his strength, he was confident that he would not lose even if he faced Xiao Baiyu. If Xiao Baiyu was the sharpest spear among the pure young cultivators, then he, Earth Spirit, was confident that he was the strongest shield among the pure young cultivators. However, the current result had dealt a blow to Earth Spirit's confidence. Even if he had to divert his attention to deal with the 7 pure young cultivators trapped in the array, the 5 elements array should not have been broken by Xiao Baiyu's sword. The pure young 5 elements array was broken in an instant, and the pure young 5 disciples were suddenly besieged and at a disadvantage. Earth Spirit tried to gather the 5 people again to reform the pure young 5 elements array, but he saw a stream of light across the sky. Xiao Baiyu stepped out of the stream of light and slashed down with his flying sword again. The sword light went straight toward the flickering 5-colored light in Earth Spirit's hand. Earth Spirit secretly cursed and tried to dodge, but he was besieged by the other 7 pure young cultivators. He had no choice but to take Xiao Baiyu's sword head-on. However, Earth Spirit once again experienced Xiao Baiyu's destructive swordsmanship. He used a level 2 spiritual treasure to display the supreme defensive magical power Earth Embryo. After withstanding Xiao Baiyu's 8 consecutive slashes, he finally could not withstand the 9th slash. The Earth Embryo was completely shattered, and the level 2 spiritual treasure was also greatly damaged under the continuous slashes of the sword light. However, Xiao Baiyu's swordsmanship was not only sharp and unparalleled, but the toughness of his chi was also far beyond Earth Spirit's estimation. After Xiao Baiyu's 9 slashes were finished, the 10th slash came one after another. Earth Spirit only had time to dodge, but the 5-colored light floating beside him was not spared. A sound of silk tearing came, and the spiritual light of the 5-colored light disappeared. A brocade full of mysterious runes was cut into 2 by the sword light. 5 elements array. The other 4 pure young 5 disciples exclaimed in unison. "Ha! 5 elements array, broken." Yuan Pokong yelled loudly. At the foot of Luoxin Mountain, Lu Ping was currently in a branch of Qingming River. However, at this time, the water ape in front of him once again took away his control of the water vein. The space that he could control was also nibbled away by the water ape. However, the moment Earth Spirit's 5 elements array was broken by Xiao Baiyu's slash, the water ape suddenly stopped oppressing Lu Ping. It was as if a wave of power was suddenly extracted from the water ape's body, causing Lu Ping to be like a spring that was pressed to the extreme. He suddenly bounced back and broke the pressure of the water ape. He even controlled a small part of the branch of Qingming River. A guy who can't do anything right, so troublesome. The water ape cursed in a low voice. When it looked up at Lu Ping again, Lu Ping's counterattack had already arrived. Chapter 1238. Lu Ping originally wanted to take advantage of the weakening of the water ape and escape the moment it lost control of the water vein. Who would have thought that Linglong's wine cauldron would suddenly make a mistake at this time? This little girl saw the rapidly weakening aura of the water ape and wanted Lu Ping to capture it. When Lu Ping asked why, Linglong couldn't give a reason. However, Lu Ping could feel that this was an instinct of Linglong, an instinct that came from an artifact spirit. Although Lu Ping had guessed that this water ape was also an artifact spirit, and its body seemed to be far stronger than Linglong's wine cauldron, Linglong's instinct seemed to confirm Lu Ping's guess. At this time, the water ape's aura was weakening. The water vein it controlled had been seized by Lu Ping one after another. This was the best time to defeat or even capture this water ape. Therefore, Lu Ping didn't hesitate to attack. Idiot! The water ape was forced back by Lu Ping's counterattack. Its previous tyrannical strength disappeared without a trace. However, although this water ape was in a difficult situation, it didn't panic. On the contrary, in the face of Lu Ping's frontal attack, there was a mocking smile on its face. Lu Ping was startled. He felt that something was wrong. At this time, the water ape was no longer as powerful as before. It was firmly suppressed by Lu Ping. For a moment, Lu Ping didn't have time to think about anything else. After Xiao Baiyu slashed out 10 times in a row, breaking the defense of the Earth Spirit and the pure Yang 5 elemental diagram, even someone as strong as Xiao Baiyu needed to temporarily recover from the depletion of his true essence. Earth's spiritual son had been famous for hundreds of years. His defensive supernatural power was not trivial. He did not get the title of the best defensive power among the practitioners at the same level for no reason. Even after Xiao Baiyu broke his defensive supernatural power, his own strength inevitably fell into a trough for a while. Not only Xiao Baiyu, even Feng Lu and the other 6 pure Yang Laozu were relieved when they saw the diagram of the pure Yang 5 elemental diagram being broken. From 8th Sister Zhu's provocation, to being trapped in the pure Yang 5 elemental formation and joining forces to resist the enemy, to breaking the pure Yang 5 elemental formation from inside and outside, Feng Lu and the others could be said to have calculated every step and risked death. Both their true essence and mental strength were consumed. At this time, seeing that the diagram of the pure Yang 5 elemental formation was broken by Xiao Baiyu, and the pure Yang 5 elemental formation could no longer take shape, these pure Yang Laozu all relaxed in an instant. Without the pure Yang 5 elemental formation, the pure Yang 5 sons of Wuxing School were just 5 pure Yang Laozu. At this time, there were 8 pure Yang 5 sons on their side, and each force was not weaker than these 5 pure Yang 5 sons. It could be said that victory was already in their grasp. The plot of Wuxing School could even be declared a failure in advance. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone heaved a sigh of relief and slowed down their attacks, the pure Yang Quintet converged in the direction of Earth Spirit again without prior agreement. Xiao Baiyu's eyes flickered, and he said, "Don't let them gather together." Feng Lu, 8th Sister Zhu, and the others understood tacitly. Before they could completely relax, the spiritual treasure in their hands once again hit the pure Yang 5 sons. The spiritual treasure in Yuan Pokong's hand suddenly smashed down, and the pure Yang 5 sons who were about to gather together were immediately blocked by the staff of Water Spirit and Fire Spirit. Yuan Pokong took the lead and took the opportunity to kill among the pure Yang 5 sons. Feng Lu's 3-headed giant roar followed closely behind. The two of them joined forces and separated the pure Yang 5 sons completely. Seeing that the pure Yang 5 sons couldn't gather together, the Earth Spirit's face sank, and his ruthless eyes kept moving on the faces of 8th Sister Zhu and the others. That Yuan Pokong was the most complacent, and he scolded with a smile, "Country bumpkin, are you stupid now? Do you think we don't know that you have brought the heaven and earth wine cauldron?" 8th Sister Zhu also laughed, as long as it's not Laozu of 5 elements himself. So what if you have the heaven-opening artifact? If you dare to take out the heaven and earth wine cauldron now, we will risk our lives to kill the fire spirit and the water spirit. Whether we want the water vein of Qingming River or their lives, it's up to you." As they spoke, Qi Fan Laozu, 8th Sister Zhu, and Yuan Xiaotian blocked the earth spirit and the others, while the remaining Shimen Mingyu, Yuan Pokong, and Feng Lu began to besiege the fire spirit and the water spirit. As for Xiao Baiyu, he hovered above the crowd and didn't take any action, as if he was guarding against something, or as if he was ready to take action at any time. Only Lin Yu Laozu was stunned for a moment. What did he just hear? The heaven and earth wine cauldron? Heaven-opening artifact? Could it be that the pure young 5 sons even took out the most powerful artifact of the Wuxing school? Lin Yu Laozu now began to regret his rash participation in this matter. Once the heaven-opening artifact was taken out, it would not be easy for the pure young practitioners to keep their lives. However, since things had come to this point, Lin Yu Laozu had no choice but to retreat. Moreover, Lin Yu Laozu was able to come this far, so he was naturally a decisive person. He patted the green jade wind flute in his hand, and he had already arrived in the middle of the battle, besieging the fire spirit and the water spirit. The first move he made was a new set of ancient magical power, Shadow Flow. Earth Spirit's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. His violent eyes looked at Xiao Baiyu, who was above his head, and then looked at 8th Sister Zhu, who was entangled with them. He said coldly, "I didn't expect you to know that we have the heaven and earth wine cauldron with us." Yuan Xiaotian said in a deep voice, "That's right. When you caused the collapse of the earth vein and formed the green jade canal, Brother Xiao had already sensed the aura of the heaven and earth wine cauldron." Qi Fan Laozu also said, "Besides the heaven and earth wine cauldron, I'm afraid that even the 5 elements Laozu may not be able to connect the earth vein along the entire green jade canal into one." Earth Spirit listened to their deduction, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he suddenly showed a sinister sneer and said with a hint of mockery, "Your guess is indeed correct. However, if you think you can block the pure young 5 elements great formation like this, it's simply a joke." As he spoke, the 5-colored brilliance behind Tu Lingzi shone brightly. The 5-colored brilliance was like a substance. When it rose from behind Tu Lingzi, 8th Sister Zhu and the others, who were entangled with them, were repelled by the brilliance and were forced to retreat dozens of feet by the 5-colored brilliance. Xiao Baiyu's expression changed and he said, "Not good. Kill one of them with everything you have." After saying that, the flying sword in his hand suddenly shot out. A sword light just left the flying sword and disappeared into the void. However, when it reappeared, it had already cut through the defensive treasure of the fire spirit. Yuan Pokong, Feng Lu, and the others all gave up on the water spirit and attacked the fire spirit with everything they had. The sword that Xiao Baiyu used just now seemed to be silent and did not have much power. However, it was the killing sword that he had been studying for many years. The power of this sword was not visible on the outside, but it was contained within. Although the fire spirit had tried his best to protect himself, his defense was still broken by Xiao Baiyu's sword in the end. Yuan Pokong and Feng Lu's killing techniques came one after another. The treasure in the fire spirit's hand was knocked away, and his defensive chi was also broken. Even the space around him was shattered in an instant. It was extremely difficult to dodge. The water spirit tried his best to save him, but he could not get rid of the entanglement of Shimen Mingyu. Right at that moment, Lin Yu Laozu's green jade wind flute arrived. Although it was only a first disaster spirit treasure, and although Lin Yu Laozu was the weakest among the 10 pure young warriors on the scene, and although Lin Yu Laozu mostly used sound waves to attack his enemies, the last attack was still Lin Yu Laozu's turn. The green jade wind flute hit on the back of the water spirit. The fire spirit staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly turned pale. Obviously, he had been severely injured. Strictly speaking, the power of this attack from Lin Yu Laozu was indeed a bit embarrassing in the eyes of the pure young Laozu. If it were any other time, this attack might even be able to withstand the defense of a pure young warrior. However, right now, the fire spirit did not have any defensive technique left. He could only use his body that had been trained for thousands of years to defend himself. Seeing that Lin Yu Laozu's attack did not kill the fire spirit, Xiao Baiyu and the others were very disappointed. However, it was already too late for them to follow behind Lin Yu Laozu and launch the second attack. An ancient bronze cauldron that looked like a wine cup appeared on top of the earth spirit's head. On the edge of the cauldron, 4 apes suddenly jumped down and disappeared into the void. In the middle of the battle between the pure young Laozu and the others, they were still able to perform the space technique calmly. Seeing the cauldron in the sky, Yuan Pokong's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but yell, "Ancestors' sacred weapon, sky-opening cauldron." Immediately after, everyone felt a copious amount of power descend from the sky. It was as if an ancient might had descended upon this world. That kind of pressure that looked down on everyone landed on their bodies, causing their movements to instantly become difficult. Fortunately, these people were the top existences in this world. The flying sword in Xiao Baiyu's hand began to vibrate the moment the heaven and earth wine cauldron appeared. He was also the first person to escape from the power of this kind of sky-opening divine weapon. The long sword in his hand slashed forward and then slashed in all directions. It seemed like all of a sudden, the power of the sky-opening divine weapon had been dispelled. Then, the long sword was about to attack the fire spirit again. At this moment, the fire spirit was already at the end of his strength. Any pure young warrior would only need one last attack to end his life. However, before Xiao Baiyu made his move, a giant red ape suddenly jumped out from the void next to the fire spirit and went into the fire spirit's body. The fire spirit, who was originally badly injured, suddenly roared. It seemed like all of his wounds had been healed in an instant. He glanced at Xiao Baiyu and Lin Yu Laozu. After that, both of his hands suddenly tore forward. A space door was torn open in the void. The fire spirit disappeared into it and Xiao Baiyu's sword naturally missed. Chapter 1239. There was no doubt that the battle between pure young cultivators would cause destruction to this part of the world. Therefore, during the battle, they would open up a space as a battlefield. In this battlefield, the surrounding void would not be shaken. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be fragmented. Under such circumstances, not to mention using form displacement transposition, such an action was tantamount to seeking one's own death. However, the moment Earth Spirit summoned the heaven-opening divine weapon, the 4 ape-headed creatures that appeared on top of the cauldron of heaven and earth could easily shuttle through this fragmented space without being harmed. Moreover, the moment that red-haired ape-headed creature jumped into Fire Spirit's body, even Fire Spirit himself had the ability to shuttle through the fragmented space. Eighth Sister Zhu and the others felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. How could they not know what kind of predicament the paste would face when the pure young 5 had this ability? At this moment, Yuan Pokong seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Ape-headed creatures, they are the artifact spirits of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Stop them, don't let them fuse with the pure young 5. However, it was too late. 4 ape-headed artifact spirits jumped out of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Apart from the red-haired artifact spirit who had fused with fire spirit and escaped Xiao Baiyu's second slash, a yellow-haired artifact spirit took the lead and fused with earth spirit. A green-haired ape head appeared on wood spirit's body, and the golden-haired ape head merged with gold spirit's body. Earth spirit laughed sinisterly. "You think that we can't form the pure young 5 elements great formation after breaking the formation diagram of the pure young 5 elements great formation? Naive. The pure young 5 elements great formation originally evolved from the cauldron of heaven and earth. It can be said that the cauldron of heaven and earth is the true formation diagram of the pure young 5 elements great formation. Moreover, the pure young 5 elements great formation laid out with the cauldron of heaven and earth will be even more powerful. After the 4 pure young Laozu fused with the 4 ape-headed artifact spirits, they all used their spatial abilities and disappeared into the void. This caused Xiao Baiyu and the others' plan to besiege the pure young 5 elements great formation to fail completely. The moment the 4 disappeared, Xiao Baiyu reacted and shouted, "Quick, kill Shui Lingzi." After the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared, there were only 4 ape-head weapon spirits. Among the pure young 5 sons, Only Shui Lingzi had not merged with the ape head. Just as Xiao Baiyu was shouting, the other pure young cultivators had already realized something. They turned around and wanted to kill Shui Lingzi. Haha, it's too late to think of it now. The other 4 pure young masters appeared beside Shui Lingzi the moment they disappeared. The 5 of them worked together to block the attacks from Shui Lingzi. Tu Lingzi raised his hand and said, "Let me show you the true power of the pure young 5 elemental formation." The Qiankuan wine cauldron released a more intense 5-colored light than the previous pure young 5 elements great formation. Xiao Baiyu saw that things were not going well and shouted, "Retreat." After saying that, the natal spiritual sword in his hand, which had merged with the broken sky-breaking sword, slashed across the sky. The other pure young masters also followed suit. However, the 5-colored light of the Qiankuan treasure cauldron spread much faster than the space they were trying to break. Before they could leave, the broken space was restored to its original state. The exit of the space that was created by the pure young masters was also destroyed. Xiao Baiyu slashed his sword again. This time, even the spiritual treasure that had merged with the broken sky-breaking sword could not break the surrounding space, let alone the other 7 pure young masters. The 5-colored light gradually merged, and a brand new 5 elements great formation was formed again. It was bigger, stronger, and more powerful than the previous pure young 5 elements great formation. In the center of the invisible space, the Qiankuan wine cauldron was floating high in the sky. Below it, the pure young 5 suns stood in the positions of the 5 elements. Even the fire spirit, who had been seriously injured before, was now surrounded by a strong aura. Xiao Baiyu frowned. He knew that the situation was not good now. He hurriedly said, "Gather." The 7 pure young cultivators quickly gathered around Xiao Baiyu. Everyone knew that they were now trapped in the pure young 5 elements great formation again. Moreover, it was the most advanced pure young 5 elements great formation with the heaven-opening artifact, the Qiankuan wine cauldron, as the array diagram. At this time, if there was a trace of hesitation, the consequences might be death. Therefore, after everyone heard Xiao Baiyu's order, they all gathered around him. At this time, only by gathering in front of Xiao Baiyu, the strongest pure young cultivator, might there be a glimmer of hope to escape. Although the pure young 5 suns had already rearranged the more powerful pure young 5 elements great formation, it was still the artifact used by Ape Taoist of the 7th Patriarch. Earth Spirit could bring it here. Even the pure young 5 suns could only barely use it, and could only use part of the power of this heaven-opening artifact. However, if these 8 people were to gather together again, although the pure young 5 suns were confident that they could still defeat the 8 of them with the power of the artifact, it would undoubtedly take a long time. At this time, in order to gather and merge the 2 water veins, the Wuxing school had reached the most critical moment. At this time, everyone in the Wuxing school naturally hoped to cut the Gordian knot with a knife to cut the knot quickly. Seeing that the 8 people were about to gather together again, the fire spirit shouted angrily and said, "Want to gather? Not so easy." The fire spirit was injured before. At this time, although he temporarily recovered his strength, in fact, it was because of the spirit of the heaven and earth treasure cauldron. After the spirit left the state of fusion, the fire spirit would inevitably return to the state of serious injury again. This time, the injury was directly inflicted on his body. Therefore, the previous attack by Lin Yu and Lao Zu almost destroyed the fire spirit's hope of further improvement in the future. The fire spirit was the first to activate the 5 elements great formation, but he forgot that the 5 elements great formation with the heaven and earth wine cauldron was very powerful. Before this, the 5 of them rarely had the opportunity to directly use this supreme artifact to practice the 5 elements great formation, because the cooperation between the 5 of them was far less smooth than the big formation formed by the 5 elements great formation. The fire spirit was the first to make a move, but the other 4 didn't have the time to catch up, especially the water spirit, who didn't have a spirit to fuse with. If he wanted to cooperate and drive the 5 elements great formation, he needed to consume a lot more Zhen Yuan than the other 4, so he was the slowest. Feng Lu, Shimen Mingyu, and the others all got rid of the shackles of the great formation, and gathered with Xiao Baiyu. However, Eighth Sister Zhu and Lin Yu Laozu were one step slower. They were confined by the fire spirit's formation. At this time, although they were still gathering with Xiao Baiyu and the others, their speed was extremely slow. Feng Lu and the others turned around and helped Eighth Sister Zhu, while Yuan Pokong and Xiao Baiyu helped Lin Yu Laozu at the same time. The sky-opening broken sword in Xiao Baiyu's hand slashed in the air, and Lin Yu Laozu suddenly felt that the shackles around his body seemed to be removed by the two slashes in the air. Then, he saw the spiritual treasure long stick in Yuan Pokong's hand extended for a few feet, and directly reached in front of him. Lin Yu Laozu was overjoyed. He grabbed the other end of the long stick, and as Yuan Pokong pulled, a strong force pulled Lin Yu Laozu all the way forward, almost at the same time as Eighth Sister Zhu and the others. Earth Spirit snorted coldly. Although the pure young five elements great formation could be controlled by anyone, the pure young five warriors were usually led by Earth Spirit, who had the highest cultivation. Earth Spirit was a little dissatisfied with the Fire Spirit's random attack this time, but he also understood the Fire Spirit's mood at this time. Everyone saw the Fire Spirit's previous attack that injured the Fire Spirit. At their level of cultivation, no one could understand better than them what it meant for their physical body to suffer such a serious injury. Turn! Earth Spirit shouted in a low voice, and the pure young five warriors formed different hand seals at the same time. Then, the cauldron of heaven and earth that was floating in the air began to make a buzzing sound, and the surrounding space was constantly changing. Xiao Baiyu and the others gathered together, and for a moment, they were at a loss. Xiao Baiyu's eyes shot out a strange light as he looked at the pure young five warriors, but he saw that among the five of them, the water spirit seemed to be struggling when performing the hand seals. Thinking of the four ape head spirits that jumped out of the cauldron of heaven and earth, none of them merged with the water spirit. Xiao Baiyu whispered to everyone, "The water spirit seems to be a breakthrough point. This time, we will take the initiative to attack, but we must not separate." As soon as Xiao Baiyu's voice fell, the pure young five warriors and the cauldron of heaven and earth disappeared together. Everyone was taken aback, and they saw Earth Spirit suddenly appear above everyone's head. His hands suddenly pressed down, and a force that was 10 times stronger than before descended from the sky. Everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their shoulders in an instant. At the same time when Earth Spirit summoned the cauldron of heaven and earth, in the water vein of Qingming River, the aura of the water ape that seemed to have become extremely weak and had been suppressed by Lu Ping all the way suddenly skyrocketed, as if the power that it had previously lost was completely replenished in such an instant. The situation that was originally suppressed by Lu Ping suddenly changed its position, and the small half of the water vein that had been controlled by Lu Ping was instantly taken over by the water ape from Lu Ping's hands in the blink of an eye. "You should have escaped before, but now you have no chance." The surrounding water vein began to be resealed bit by bit. Although Lu Ping still had space to move around, he no longer had the opportunity to break through the water vein. "Greedy and insatiable, do you know who I am? How dare you even think of taking advantage of me?" The Linglong wine cauldron was suspended above Lu Ping's head, and at this time, under the continuous counterattacks of the water ape, it was constantly trembling, as if it was afraid for a moment. Lu Ping used the water control technique to control the Linglong wine cauldron, and tried his best to compete with the water ape for control of the water vein of Qingming River, but at this time, he was constantly losing. "Do you know who I am? I am one of the spirits of the cauldron of heaven and earth. As a heaven-opening divine weapon, I am not someone that you, a mere Dharma adept, can touch. Those who offend me, die." The cauldron of heaven and earth. There was a loud bang in Lu Ping's head. Chapter 1240. Lu Ping guessed that this water ape might be a spirit. Otherwise, Linglong would not have acted so strangely in the face of this water ape. Lu Ping even guessed that this water ape might be a spirit treasure similar to Linglong's Chenkuan wine cauldron. However, the quality of this spirit treasure was definitely above Linglong's wine cauldron. However, Lu Ping never imagined that this water ape would be the spirit of the Chenkuan wine cauldron. The Chenkuan wine cauldron was one of the 6 divine treasures that opened the heavens. It was used by Daoist ape to determine the world's spirit veins. This item's spirit, Linglong, was bold enough to encourage him to kill it so that it could absorb it. This was really, Lu Ping found this huge gap difficult to accept. Lu Ping even had the thought of killing Linglong first. Linglong was so frightened that she hid inside the wine cauldron, not daring to come out again. In fact, when she heard that the water ape was the spirit of the Chenkuan wine cauldron, Linglong was already shivering inside. However, it was impossible for Lu Ping to escape unscathed. He had completely offended this water ape. After the water ape's strength was inexplicably weakened, it was now the water ape's turn to attack Lu Ping. Lu Ping's 2 flying swords flew out together, but the water ape was not afraid at all. After its body turned into flowing water, the thin water sword stabbed into the water ape's body, but the water ape remained unscathed. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed. The 2 flying swords slashed through the air, hoping to break through the water vein space and escape. However, under the water ape's control, the moment the flying swords cut through the water vein space, the water vein automatically repaired itself. Lu Ping had no chance to escape. Lu Ping's water manipulation art had always been strong, and he was even able to imprison a cultivator of the same level with it. But now, his control over the water vein was slowly being stripped away by this water ape. Lu Ping flipped his swords upside down and countless sword rays began to converge. The Sea of 100 Rivers was instantly torn open by Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers technique. However, the water ape only frowned. Then, tiny water veins split apart and flowed into Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers technique. Each tiny water vein was tightly attached to a sword ray. Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers sword technique was nearing the major success stage. When this supreme sword technique was unleashed, a total of 129,600 sword lights would converge to form a sword vortex. Normally, this technique would allow him to crush his enemies. It could be considered as Lu Ping's trump card. However, just as Lu Ping pushed the Sea of 100 Rivers to its limits, he noticed that the water ape's control over the water veins had also reached its limits. Just a little bit more and Lu Ping would be able to break through the Sea of 100 Rivers. But suddenly, Lu Ping discovered that the Sea of 100 Rivers had started to break free from his control. Lu Ping turned pale with fright and spread out his divine sense. Only then did he realize that the water ape had secretly done something. He was secretly shocked. He didn't think that the Sea of 100 Rivers sword technique could be broken in such a way. Could it be that this water ape was extremely familiar with the sword technique that he cultivated? Could it be that the North Sea wave listening technique that he cultivated was a technique that had been passed down from ancient times to Jiao Daoren? However, just as Lu Ping's divine sense spread out with all its might, he suddenly discovered an unfamiliar and extremely faint divine sense within the water vein. Lu Ping hadn't noticed it during the battle. Now that he suddenly discovered it, the divine sense disappeared like a startled rabbit. However, even such a short period of time was enough for Lu Ping to confirm that the divine sense had come from the water ape before him. Lu Ping was secretly shocked. There had long been rumors that after a spiritual treasure survived the Third Thunder trial and became a pure yang spiritual treasure, its weapon spirit would be able to leave its body and walk the world. It would even look no different from an ordinary cultivator. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. This water ape weapon spirit not only had extremely powerful abilities, it even had the divine sense of a normal cultivator. However, this divine sense did not seem to be very strong. In fact, it seemed extremely weak. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was some hidden secret that he didn't know about? In an instant, Lu Ping spread out his own divine sense, which far exceeded that of a late Dharma adept and was even comparable to a pure yang divine sense. However, the weak divine sense from before had disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard Lu Ping tried, he couldn't find any trace of it. However, at this moment, Lu Ping sensed that the water ape was acting strangely. This water ape had obviously noticed the powerful divine sense that Lu Ping had spread out. However, Lu Ping's divine sense was so strong that the water ape was momentarily stunned and even panicked. Lu Ping, however, suddenly realized that this type of weapon spirit was able to stand out because it possessed intelligence that was no less than that of an ordinary person. The water ape in front of him was obviously a pure young weapon spirit that had survived the third thunder trial. Its intelligence was even more refined, and it could even leave its body and exist. However, it was ultimately just a weapon spirit. Although it had also developed divine sense, it was extremely weak. However, this weak divine sense was extremely important to it. And this was the weakness of weapon spirits. Due to the lack of sufficiently strong divine sense to protect it, it was extremely easy for other, more powerful divine senses to invade it. In fact, it could even be completely erased by a practitioner with a more powerful divine sense. It was at this moment that Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers sword skill suddenly crumbled. Just like that, his peerless sword skill was easily broken by the water ape. However, Lu Ping was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He secretly speculated that the countless tiny streams of water had been able to seep into Lu Ping's sword light. Was it because he had obtained this strange divine sense? After Lu Ping's supreme magic power had been broken, Lu Ping's situation had become even more difficult. The water manipulation technique was still unable to gain the upper hand in the battle for control of the water vein. All Lu Ping could do was try his best to delay the water ape's suppression of the water vein space. Lu Ping's divine sense filled the surrounding water vein space. Previously, Lu Ping had been truly frightened by the water ape's identity as a weapon spirit of the heaven-opening artifact. After a series of exchanges, Lu Ping had been absolutely suppressed by the water ape. He had forgotten that the water ape in front of him was ultimately just a weapon spirit. Even if it could be a pure young weapon spirit or an existence of a higher level, as long as it was still a weapon spirit, its spiritual intelligence and divine sense would always be its weakness compared to the other abilities it possessed. However, Lu Ping did not impatiently attempt to use his own divine sense to invade or even erase the water ape's spiritual intelligence. Although Lu Ping was now very confident in the cultivation of his divine sense, Lu Ping had previously captured the water ape's divine sense. This weapon spirit had actually cultivated divine sense. Although it looked extremely weak, a weapon spirit of a heaven-opening artifact with divine sense was still somewhat of a fear to Lu Ping. The spiritual essence in Lu Ping's body surged, and a pair of purple jade bracelets encircled his body. Then, 2 purple-blue halos burst out in all directions, once again expanding the range of movement that Lu Ping could move around. Then, a bell rose next to Linglong's wine cauldron. However, this spiritual-level magic treasure looked very dazzling among all the spirit treasures Lu Ping had on him. Lu Ping condensed his divine sense into a hammer and fiercely struck the bronze bell suspended in mid-air. Dong! Lu Ping's divine sense sent a slight stab of pain. Fortunately, this bell was only a spiritual-level magic treasure. If Lu Ping used his divine sense to strike the real vast sea bell, he would probably have to use the cloud sail to protect his divine sense in advance. The strange bell sound directly passed through the water veins and exploded in the water ape's ears. Caught off guard, the water ape only shivered. Lu Ping could clearly sense that in that instant, the water ape's control over the surrounding water veins had weakened to a certain extent. 2 purple halos burst out of Lu Ping's purple jade bracelets again. He exerted his water manipulation technique in succession, and immediately regained control over a part of the water veins, temporarily improving his situation. However, at this moment, the one who truly felt lucky was Lu Ping. This was because the moment when Lu Ping used the imitation of the vast sea bell to launch a divine sense attack on the water ape was able to break free from this divine sense attack in an instant. The cultivation of this water ape's divine sense was clearly inferior to Lu Ping's. However, under the full force of its contraction, the water ape's artifact spirit body was able to defend itself, and it might not be able to break free from the direct threat of Lu Ping's divine sense. This water ape's divine sense protection was clearly beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Fortunately, Lu Ping had not directly used his own divine sense to attack this artifact spirit. Otherwise, with its current display of divine sense protection, even someone as strong as Lu Ping would most likely suffer a loss. What a cunning artifact spirit! It was worthy of being nurtured by a heaven-opening artifact. It had actually disguised its weakest point as a trap for Lu Ping to jump into. However, this was ultimately its weakness. Thus, Lu Ping simply wrapped the cloud sail around him. Apart from leaving a portion of his divine sense to monitor the water ape in front of him, the rest of it condensed into a hammer and struck the bronze bell repeatedly. Dong, dong, dong. This kind of attack could actually be considered a method of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of oneself. As the hammer of divine sense rang the imitation of the vast sea bell, it was also destroying one's own divine sense. However, Lu Ping could afford this. His divine sense was originally far superior to that of the artifact spirit. Now, Lu Ping was using the cloud sail to protect his divine sense, while the water ape's artifact spirit had a natural disadvantage in terms of divine sense cultivation. As Lu Ping continued to use the vast sea bell as a form of divine sense attack, the water ape could only retreat in defeat. After 18 consecutive rings of the bell, Lu Ping once again seized control of a considerable portion of the water vein from the hands of the water ape. Once again, he could advance and retreat as he pleased. At this time, it would not be difficult for Lu Ping to break through the water vein and retreat. However, since he had already found the artifact spirit's weakness, it would be too much of a pity for Lu Ping to give up this opportunity to indirectly fight against the heaven-opening artifact. Lu Ping waved his sleeves, and a strange pair of scissors appeared in his hands. A huge praying mantis lay on Lu Ping's back and stared at the water ape in front of it. It waved its pair of large blades back and forth. Suddenly, Lu Ping shouted at the water ape as if to boost his own courage, but also as if to provoke it, "I am not afraid of you." Chapter 1241. Lu Ping had already seen the absolute suppression displayed by the artifact spirits due to the difference in levels. He only needed to look at the current state Linglong was in when facing the water ape to understand. If Lu Ping had not forcibly used his inner yuan to control the Linglong wine cauldron, Lu Ping had no doubt that Linglong would have fled with her real body. When Lu Ping first revealed the split mantis in two, the water ape couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Lu Ping had already expected this. After all, the spirit treasure scissors was only a second tribulation spirit treasure, so how could it compare to a heaven-opening divine artifact? However, the mantis in two's shout that followed immediately surprised Lu Ping. This fellow actually dared to provoke the water ape. But when Lu Ping wielded the spirit treasure, he could clearly feel the fear in the mantis in two's heart. This was strange. When the water ape saw the mantis on Lu Ping's shoulder and the scissors in Lu Ping's hand, its expression changed, which was rarely seen. It said, "The water transformation talisman. This item has fallen into your hand." Lu Ping was astonished. He did not know how the spirit treasure had become a talisman in the eyes of the water ape. He only remembered that the two spirit seals on the spirit treasure had transformed into half a talisman. Could it be that the half talisman was the true appearance of the spirit treasure, and the other half talisman was the water transformation talisman that the water ape spoke of? Lu Ping naturally knew about the legend of the water transformation talisman. The water transformation talisman that the water ape spoke of was naturally not an ordinary talisman in the world of cultivation. It was a divine talisman that could separate the battle between Jiao Daoren and Peng Daoren in the hands of Daoist Chan. It could also completely eliminate the aftermath of their battle. It was also the true cause of the storm that formed between the world of cultivation in the Central Plains and the world of cultivation in the overseas region. Although Lu Ping was secretly delighted, he did not show any mercy. Surging inner yuan surged into the scissors, and two purple-blue blade lights shot out 300 feet. Then, the two blade lights intersected and slashed at the water ape's head. Although the water ape was suppressed by Lu Ping's divine sense bell, it only had a slight upper hand. The advantage of the divine sense was limited. The water ape was at a disadvantage, but it did not lose the ability to fight back. At best, Lu Ping had only turned the situation around because of the surprise attack of the divine sense. However, when Lu Ping wielded the scissors towards the water ape seemed to be greatly afraid of the scissors. For the first time, it began to dodge while entangled with Lu Ping. The blade lights closed, but the water ape had disappeared into thin air. However, when the blade lights crossed, a long opening was easily torn open. Outside was the surging Qingming River that flowed along the canal. The water vein being torn apart naturally didn't attract Lu Ping's attention. What he was wary of was the water ape's sudden use of the space technique. During the intense battle between the two, even the space in the water vein was in a state of chaos. Yet, the water ape still dared to use the space technique. Wasn't it afraid that it would be torn apart by the turbulent space? However, the truth was that this water ape was very skilled in using its spatial ability and did not fear the turbulence of space. In the face of the sneak attack of the water ape, the evenly matched situation that Lu Ping had worked so hard to accumulate was lost once again. He once again fell into a passive position. Lu Ping did not understand how the water ape could easily travel through space when the space was so turbulent. He could only attribute it to the mystical heaven-splitting artifact. Fortunately, Lu Ping's divine sense had strengthened the water ape's artifact spirit. Although it was difficult to track the water ape's movements due to its ability to travel through space, Lu Ping was still able to capture its movements the moment it appeared. Then, the scissors would swing its scissors in the water ape's direction, and most of the time, the scissors would be able to cut before the water ape could react. In the beginning, the water ape's ability to travel through space at will made Lu Ping very difficult. At one point, Lu Ping was suppressed to the point that he could only wander around in the water vein. However, as Lu Ping's divine sense covered the entire area, he took advantage of the water ape's fear of the scissors. Gradually, he was able to snatch the initiative of the water ape the moment it appeared. Gradually, the situation returned to a stalemate. As the two sides fought more and more fiercely, Lu Ping gradually began to calm down. He tried to predict the water ape's appearance in space in advance. Soon, Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to be able to detect the subtle fluctuations that the water ape's artifact spirit caused when it traveled through space. Lu Ping was secretly delighted. The water ape's previous travel through space was too strange. There was almost no trace of it during the process. After Lu Ping calmed down and used all his strength to control his divine sense, after a period of competition, Lu Ping's divine sense finally began to gradually capture some clues. It wasn't that the water ape's ability to easily travel through space was untraceable. It was just that Lu Ping's divine sense simply wasn't able to detect the slight fluctuations caused by the water ape's spatial magic. Only now did Lu Ping realize that this wasn't because his divine sense wasn't careful enough. It was because during this period of battle, his divine sense was gradually improving. Moreover, as Lu Ping continued to control his divine sense to capture the water ape's traces, this improvement became more and more obvious. Finally, just as the water ape disappeared, Lu Ping caught a glimpse of a subtle ripple coming from the water vein space. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and abruptly cut the spirit treasure in half in the direction of the ripple. Two rays of light crossed each other. Just at this moment, the water ape came out from the direction of the fluctuation and saw the two rays of light descending on its body. The water ape let out a strange cry and wanted to break through space to escape, but it was too late. The two rays of light descended and the water ape let out a miserable cry. Its body drilled back into space and appeared in another direction, viciously staring at Lu Ping. In the direction of the two rays of light, an ape tail separated from the water ape's body and was cut off by the spirit treasure scissors. The ape tail that was cut off didn't wait for it to land before it dissipated into specks of light. On the other side, the water ape gloomily roared, "You think you can hurt this old ape? It won't be so easy." A ray of light condensed behind the water ape and gradually turned into an ape tail. The water ape swung its tail left and right as if it was adapting to its new tail. It also looked like it was showing off to Lu Ping and mocking him for his futile efforts. Lu Ping didn't care at all. The spirit treasure scissors in his hand closed up toward the water ape again. The water ape let out a cold snort and disappeared back into space. However, Lu Ping's attack was just a bluff. The scissors didn't reveal any inch-long blade lights. The moment the water ape entered the void, Lu Ping once again clearly sensed a slight disturbance in another part of the void. Then, The scissors opened up again and closed right when the water ape reappeared. The water ape let out another miserable cry. This time, it dropped an arm and retreated once more. However, the water ape didn't seem to believe this and tried to attack Lu Ping several times. However, Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to cut off one of its legs and one of its ears. Once, it almost cut off its neck. Kill! 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 The praying mantis yelled on Lu Ping's shoulder. Its two large blades crisscrossed and swung up and down. Every time it swung, 2 rays of light would shoot out. Seeing the treasure spirit of the heaven and earth treasure cauldron flee in panic, the praying mantis was very excited. Lu Ping had also been attacked by the water ape several times, but Lu Ping had the protection of the cloud sail and the purple jade bracelets. Although the water ape's attack was very strange and sometimes it couldn't accurately track its movements, it still couldn't truly injure Lu Ping. The water ape artifact spirit was finally convinced that Lu Ping could still control the trajectory of its spatial technique and predict where it would appear in advance. Light flashed again and the wound on the water ape's body healed once more. However, this time, the water ape didn't try to attack Lu Ping again. Instead, it hid far away on the other side of the water vein and looked at Lu Ping with an uncertain gaze. Although the water ape was able to quickly recover after being cut by Lu Ping could still feel that the color of the water ape's body was gradually fading. To be more precise, its body was gradually becoming illusory. Lu Ping thought to himself. It seemed like the water ape was only using its own accumulated energy to make up for the lack of damage. Without the support of the main body, even if the water ape's grade was high enough, it would still become weaker as time went on. Lu Ping's heart calmed down. It was only then that he noticed that the water vein space had become fragmented. He couldn't help but be surprised. Only then did he realize that every time Lu Ping attacked the water ape's artifact spirit with the spirit scissors, the scissors would cut a hole in the water vein space. But strangely, the holes never healed. Previously, when Lu Ping fought the water ape spirit, whether it was the dual flying swords or any other means, it wasn't difficult for him to break open the water vein. However, the water vein would usually close up right after it was broken open. But now, the water vein was like a piece of rag, and it still hadn't closed up. And this was all caused by the spirit treasure scissors. The scissors could actually cut open the water vein. Lu Ping was secretly surprised. Could this be because of the half-a-water transformation talisman? No wonder the water ape was so surprised when it saw the spirit treasure break in half. Our old Yuan cannot be killed. If you know what's good for you, then retreat now. Although our old Yuan cannot deal with you right now, you should be able to guess that the people and forces behind our old Yuan are not people you can provoke. The water ape suddenly changed its arrogant attitude and spoke to Lu Ping. You only found a way to deal with old Yuan, but you can't do anything to him. If we continue to be in a stalemate like this, once they free up their hands, you, a minor repairs master, will die. Chapter 1242. In the Pure Young Five Elements formation, every time the Pure Young Five Sons made a move, they carried the power of the 5 elements of 5 people. Although Xiao Baiyu and others tried their best to fight with the power of everyone, they were firmly suppressed by the Pure Young Five Sons. In the beginning, because the Pure Young Five Sons were not familiar with the heaven-opening artifact like Treasure Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, the Pure Young Five Elements formation was not running smoothly, and Xiao Baiyu and others could barely resist the impact of the Pure Young Five Sons with their combined strength. However, as time went on, the Pure Young Five Sons became more familiar with the Heaven and Earth Wine Cauldron and the Pure Young Five Elements array. The 5 elements complemented each other, so the 5 people's chi was replenished as much as possible. The Pure Young Five Sons became braver as they fought. On the contrary, although Xiao Baiyu and others could resist the joint strangulation of the Pure Young Five with the help of the 8 Pure Young Masters at the beginning, as time went by, the consumption of the 8 people's real essence increased greatly. Under this situation, Xiao Baiyu and others were still at a disadvantage. At this time, they were just struggling under the strangulation of the Pure Young Five Elements formation. What should we do? If this goes on, Everyone will be killed by the pure young 5 sons sooner or later. 8th sister Zhu's eyes were already red. She asked everyone, but her eyes were staring at Xiao Baiyu. Xiao Baiyu's expression was still calm. As everyone's qi was exhausted, Lin Yu, Laozu, and the others were becoming more and more powerless. Under the attack of the pure young 5 sons, there were several loopholes. If it wasn't for Xiao Baiyu's sudden eruption at this time to plug the loopholes one by one, everyone would have been defeated by the pure young 5 sons. While everyone secretly admired Xiao Baiyu, they couldn't help but wonder where the limits of his strength were. He was able to maintain his tyrannical strength after making up for the loopholes several times. Under the situation where everyone's strength was declining, Xiao Baiyu's performance was indeed rising all the way. In fact, at this time, Xiao Baiyu did not have a good way, but at this time, he knew that only by gathering more people together could it be possible to hold on for a longer time, so he would show his strength without reservation, and try his best to help everyone not to fall behind under the attack of the pure young 5. Xiao Baiyu thought about it and said, from the beginning until now, besides Xue Lingzi, the others have taken turns to attack, but Xue Lingzi has not been seen. Previously, when the formation was formed, Xue Lingzi did not merge with the Chenkuan wine cauldron spirit. Perhaps because of this, she does not have the strength to travel through space like the other 4. At the same time, she cannot gather the cultivation of the other 4. Before, we determined that she is the weakest among the pure young 5, and now it is still the same, but we need to find her. Find it. Shimon Mingyu disagreed and said coldly, now the 8 of us are not moving, and it is not enough to resist their attack together. If we move to find Xue Lingzi, it will be difficult to have the tacit understanding when we move, and it will be easier for others to take advantage of us. 7 fans Laozu said, waiting here is also a death, and taking the initiative to find Xue Lingzi is also a death, the difference is only sooner or later. Instead of that, it is better to give it a try, and maybe there will be a chance of survival. Everyone understood the truth, but there was always a lack of a brave person to take the lead. 7 fans Laozu directly pierced through this layer of truth, and everyone no longer had any doubts. They began to work together and began to move in the general direction where the Chenkuan treasure cauldron was. Under the pure young 5 elements formation, on the surface of the Luo Ya River, Golden Cicada Laozu had already activated the half of the water transformation talisman to the size of 3 feet. The dazzling white light was flashing, and even the colorful light of the 5 elements formation could not cover it. It had already attracted the attention of many practitioners who participated in the attack on Wuxing School and the water vein. Previously, nearly 20 great practitioners of the late Dharma Laws stage had joined forces to attack the practitioners of Wuxing School, but they were trapped in the small 5 elements formation by 5 great practitioners of Wuxing School. However, compared to the real pure young 5 elements formation, this formation could barely trap more than 10 great practitioners. After some effort, there were still 4 or 5 people who rushed out of the small 5 elements formation, but the rest were held back by the 5 great practitioners of Wuxing School in the 5 elements formation. Just after Golden Cicada Laozu's identity was exposed, everyone knew that this most famous formation master of Wuxing School was probably the key to the 2 water veins of Qingming and Yulon. The 4 or 5 great practitioners who had broken free from the small 5 elements formation immediately rushed towards him. At the same time, another 2 or 3 great practitioners jumped out, and there were even more than 20 early and middle Dharma Laws adepts behind them. They all rushed towards Golden Cicada Laozu together. Faced with the attack of more than 30 Dharma Laws adepts, Golden Cicada Laozu could not help but frown, but he did not take it to heart. Indeed, just as these 30 Dharma Laws adepts rushed close to the pure young 5 elements formation, under the cover of the colorful light of the pure young 5 elements formation, another 5 great practitioners of Wuxing School jumped out. Immediately after, 10 mid-Dharma Laws adepts also appeared behind these 5 great practitioners. These 10 mid-Dharma Laws adepts included Mu Changxing, Xue Jiro, and the 5 great disciples of the 3rd generation of Wuxing School. These 15 Dharma Laws adepts joined forces and once again formed a 5 elements formation, protecting Golden Cicada Laozu in the center. This time, they did not have the help of the array map. However, The more people there were in the 5 elements Tao soldier array, the bigger the array was, and the more powerful it would be. The Tao soldier array formed by 15 people was only concerned with defense, protecting Elder Golden Cicada as he successfully cast his spell at the intersection of the 2 water veins. No matter how the 30 Dharma adepts attacked, the Tao soldier array was still impregnable. However, at this time, Golden Cicada Laozu's frown did not ease in the slightest. At this time, the water-dissolving talisman in front of him was about to be activated to its peak, but the 2 water channels under his feet were restless. More accurately, the water channels of the Qingming River had not calmed down. Previously, the artifact spirit of the divine instrument of his sect had promised that even if the 2 water channels could not merge, he would be able to intertwine the 2 water channels together. At this time, as long as Golden Cicada Laozu activated half of the water-dissolving talisman that was personally made by Taoist Chan and inserted it into the 2 water channels, the 2 water channels would naturally merge. But now, the 2 water channels had not intertwined. In this case, if the water-dissolving talisman could not contain the 2 water channels, it was very likely that the 2 water channels could not be connected. Could it be that something had happened to the artifact spirit of the divine instrument? But then, Golden Cicada Laozu shook his head. The artifact spirit of the divine instrument was not so easy to deal with. Even if it had left its body, this artifact spirit specialized in controlling the water channels. In the water channels, it could even have an immortal body. Even pure young adepts would have a headache if they saw it. Moreover, how could there be other people in the water channels at this time? Let's wait a little longer. Golden Cicada Laozu looked at the minor 5 elements formation not far away. There, the 5 senior and junior brothers were already doing their best to hold on. The minor 5 elements formation was already on the verge of collapse. Golden Cicada Laozu's heart sank a little. I hope I won't have to wait too long. In the water channels of the Qingming River, the chase between Lu Ping and the water ape artifact spirit was still going on. From time to time, the water ape would let out a scream because Lu Ping had predicted where it would appear. Although the water ape artifact spirit was constantly being weakened by Lu Ping, it never escaped. Instead, it continued to fight with Lu Ping in the water channels. This also made Lu Ping more and more certain of his guess. Just when the water ape artifact spirit escaped the strangulation of the scissors and went into the space of the water channels, Lu Ping flicked his sleeve and a bead shining with colorful light instantly sank into the edge of the water channels. Then, it lost its luster and turned into an inconspicuous bead that was one with the water channels. Lu Ping did this again and again. Although the water ape artifact spirit's body grew dimmer and dimmer, Lu Ping still didn't manage to injure it in the slightest. And while the water ape artifact spirit was constantly shuttling through space to dodge Lu Ping's attacks, Lu Ping shot the 12 origin Chen beads into the water vein surroundings one after another. The water ape artifact spirit scolded loudly, "You're crazy. Why do you always use that scissors to cut me? You can't kill me. When the people of Wuxing School are free, you will be the one to die. Are you really not afraid of death?" Lu Ping smiled coldly and said, "I can't kill you." That's not necessarily true. The water ape artifact spirit was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, the water ape artifact spirit burst into laughter. "Do you think that exhausting this old ape's accumulations will be enough to make this old ape dissipate just because my body is getting dimmer and dimmer? You're too naive." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, but the scissors in his hand did not stop. He smiled and said, "Why, can't I do it?" The water ape sneered and said, "Who do you think I am? I'm the artifact spirit of a heaven-opening artifact. As long as I don't go too far away from my body, I can travel through the void on my own. Don't be fooled by the fact that my body is getting dimmer and dimmer. With my body nearby supporting me, you're far from being able to make me dissipate completely. Moreover, even if it's a critical moment, I only need to withdraw and return to my body. Even a pure young cultivator can't do anything about it." The corner of Lu Ping's mouth twitched slightly and he said, "If you can withdraw and leave, why aren't you leaving now?" The water ape was stunned. Then, it saw that a 9th grade white jade lotus had suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The moment the lotus appeared in Lu Ping's hand, it bloomed. Countless spirit inscriptions flickered and connected on the petals, forming a complete array diagram. The water ape instinctively felt that something was wrong. Just as it was about to turn around and retreat, it suddenly found that there were 12 beads shining with colorful light in the surrounding water vein space. They echoed the white feather lotus array diagram from afar, forming a complete Genchen array space. The water ape artifact spirit's face changed when it saw the 12 colorful Genchen beads. It took a step forward and wanted to crash into the void as usual. Unexpectedly, this time, it hit a wall with a bang. The water ape artifact spirit retreated a few steps in succession. When it raised its head again, not only had its face changed, but it also had a look of panic. It cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? This is actually the 12 Genchen array space. How can you possibly set up the 12 Genchen array space?" This time, not only the water ape artifact spirit, but also Lu Ping's face change. Chapter 1243. The cultivation world had been passed down since ancient times. It was not as if there were no cultivation techniques that had been passed down to the seventh patriarch. Therefore, when Lu Ping's cultivation technique, the North Sea wave listening technique, was called out by the water ape and passed down to Jiao Daoren, although he was surprised, he felt that it was only natural. This was because it was not shocking to be able to see the general details of the inheritance. Many pure young patriarchs and even grand cultivators who had lived for a long time could see this. Moreover, the artifact spirit in front of them was the artifact spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, a heaven-opening artifact. It had existed since the beginning of the world, so it was naturally knowledgeable. However, the 12 Genchen formation was different. Although this formation inheritance was obtained by Lu Ping together with the North Sea wave listening technique, the cultivation method of this natal formation had always been recorded in a way of exploration, speculation, and even hypothesis. In other words, this should be a newly created inheritance that had not been put into practice in actual cultivation. In fact, although Lu Ping rarely used this ultimate technique in the cultivation world, there were still people who had seen it before. But none of them could recognize the array formation's true origin. Lu Ping's natal array formation was a rare sight in the cultivation world. Now, the water ape weapon spirit in front of him had clearly called out its details. How could Lu Ping not be shocked? How did this water ape know about the 12 Genchen formation? However, Lu Ping did not have time to think about this problem at this time. Now that he had trapped the water ape weapon spirit, the next thing to do was to find a way to kill this weapon spirit. If it was in the past, Lu Ping naturally would not even dare to think about this. After confirming that this water ape was the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, he had already tried to escape. But now, Lu Ping was determined to take a gamble. He wanted to see if this weapon spirit really had an immortal body. The reason was that when the device spirit was being chased by Lu Ping with the Ling Bao scissors, it was clamoring and taunting Lu Ping that he couldn't kill it. However, it was still pestering Lu Ping, waiting for the cultivators of Wuxing School to kill it. What this fellow said was right, but it didn't know that its arrogant words had angered another existence whose status was no lower than its own. Who said he wouldn't die after killing him? You can kill it, it's the artifact spirit of a heaven-splitting artifact. The praying mantis began to complain incessantly. The process of chasing after the artifact spirit of the heaven-splitting artifact made the praying mantis both excited and apprehensive. However, it couldn't kill it. At this time, the praying mantis was already scared. "I can. You." The praying mantis wanted to taunt her, but it suddenly remembered her identity and changed its words. "How do you kill it? Trap it. Otherwise, if it runs around like this, if I miss my attack, my identity might be exposed." The praying mantis couldn't help but say angrily, "What a joke. You haven't seen it yet. Right now, this fellow's most powerful ability is the ability to travel through the void. How can you trap it? Who said it can't be trapped? The 12 Genchen formation can trap it. Can the 12 Genchen formation trap the heaven-splitting artifact spirit?" At this time, even Lu Ping couldn't hold it in anymore. He sent his divine thoughts into the core space and asked. The 12 Gen-Chen formation can trap everything. Of course, the caster's cultivation level must be high enough. Otherwise, it won't be an accident if someone breaks through and rushes out. How do you know? Lu Ping looked at the weapon spirit that appeared in his hands and couldn't help but wonder how she knew so many things. Intuition, the intuition of a weapon spirit. The Gen-Chen formation seems to be of the same origin as me. I can feel it. In the end, Lu Ping chose to believe it. While chasing after the water ape weapon spirit, he secretly set up the 12 Gen-Chen formation. Earlier, when the water ape crashed into the protective wall of the formation but failed to break out, Lu Ping finally heaved a sigh of relief. He also felt a little more confident in killing this weapon spirit. He had to speed up. This weapon spirit must have a connection with the original body. Otherwise, once the whooshing school reacted and sent any great cultivator to work with this weapon spirit, he might not be able to handle it. Moreover, he would be targeted by a huge sect like the whooshing school. This time, the water ape weapon spirit was really panicking. Although it couldn't escape the spatial blockade of the 12 Gen-Chen formation, it could still travel through the void within the space of the Gen-Chen formation. Although Lu Ping spared no effort in chasing after it, he couldn't completely control it for a while. Without the confidence that he could kill it with one strike, Lu Ping still waved the spirit treasure in two and kept exerting pressure on the water ape weapon spirit. An inexplicable wave went straight through the formation wall of the 12 Gen-Chen formation. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He immediately guessed that this weapon spirit could not hold on any longer and wanted to contact the original body. He was afraid that the people of the whooshing school would sense it soon. In fact, if it weren't for the 12 elemental star array formation, Lu Ping wouldn't have been able to detect the strange fluctuations. Although the water ape spirit couldn't break the 12 elemental star array formation, the strange fluctuations it emitted were something the elemental star array formation couldn't do anything about. Lu Ping took the opportunity to compress the space of the 12 Gen-Chen formation step by step. At the same time, he compressed the water ape weapon spirit's activity space. In order to prevent the water ape weapon spirit from escaping from the Gen-Chen formation while traveling through the void, Lu Ping carefully compressed the space of the formation. You're dead. You're dead. The water ape was now flustered and exasperated. It kept shouting as it dodged Lu Ping's scissors. While it was speaking, half of its head was cut off by the scissors, and it hurriedly went back into the void. Lu Ping was secretly delighted. The water ape was now in a panic. At the moment, the range of its void traveling had been controlled by Lu Ping to a very small space. The time to kill it had come. Lu Ping's surroundings began to move even though there was no wind. His 200 years of painstaking cultivation was almost comparable to that of a pure young cultivator's divine will. In an instant, a strong wind was stirred up in the narrow space. Before the water ape weapon spirit could come out of the void, Lu Ping stretched out his right hand, and a purple-gold long sword appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The moment Lu Ping grasped the long sword, a meter-long sword light suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword, ready to be unleashed. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine will had already locked onto a slight spatial fluctuation. Lu Ping silently counted to himself. Then, the long sword in his hand trembled, and the flying sword rose into the sky. It transformed into an azure dragon in mid-air, whistling as it pounced towards the slight spatial fluctuation that Lu Ping had discovered earlier. Right at this moment, the moment the green flood dragon pounced over, the water ape just happened to break through that space and appeared, and it immediately sensed the arrival of danger. The water ape cursed in its heart and sighed at its bad luck. It had encountered such a troublemaker that didn't fear death and refused to let it go. Moreover, it just so happened that this person's divine perception was profound and was actually able to predict the location of the water ape's spatial divine ability in advance. Moreover, he possessed a pair of scissors that wasn't lethal but could indeed cause harm to the water ape. This time, he was right again. Let it be cut. What else can I do? I won't be able to kill him anyway. I just need to wait for the people from the 5 Elements sect to come. I will definitely teach this brat a good lesson to vent the hatred in my heart. However, I have already informed my main body, Why hasn't the people from the Five Elements sect come yet? The water ape weapon spirit's mind flipped several times in an instant, and then it casually prepared to receive another cut from Lu Ping. However, when it turned around and saw a ferocious azure dragon pouncing towards it, its face suddenly turned deathly pale. It screamed desperately, "This is a dragon? No, this is Ao Jiao's aura. How can you have something from Ao Jiao's body? This is Ao Jiao's horn. You've mastered it, you've mastered it." The azure dragon sea disturbance technique. The water ape weapon spirit's screams came to an abrupt end. Under Lu Ping's control, the sword of the true spirit, Moli, who had transformed into an azure dragon, directly swallowed the water ape weapon spirit, who could not dodge in time. Meanwhile, Lu Ping felt a lingering fear. The water ape weapon spirit was indeed worthy of being a heaven-opening artifact. It could see through the sword of the true spirit at a glance. It was just that he did not have time to learn more secrets of the heaven-opening artifact from it, but just a few words from it had already revealed a lot of information. The cauldron of heaven and earth really did know about the existence of dragons. The sword of the true spirit, Moli, was made by Jiao Daren's horn, and from the last cry of the water ape, Lu Ping knew that Jiao Daren's taboo name was Ao Jiao. Lu Ping was also glad that he had been cautious. Fortunately, he had not taken out the sword of the true spirit in advance. Otherwise, if the water ape weapon spirit had seen through him, Lu Ping would not have been able to succeed so easily. Moreover, if this weapon spirit had leaked the information about the sword of the true spirit to Wuxing School through the cauldron of heaven and earth, he would have been in a lot of trouble. After Moli had transformed into a dragon and swallowed the water ape weapon spirit, she did not return to the body of the sword of the true spirit. Instead, she continued to wander around the Zhenchen Great Formation in the form of a dragon. The sword of the true spirit had advanced at the same time as Lu Ping's first thunder tribulation. At this time, it had become Lu Ping's personal spiritual treasure, just like the Zhenchen Great Formation. Lu Ping had long been connected with it. Naturally, he knew that although Moli had swallowed the water ape weapon spirit, it would not be easy to completely destroy it. Lu Ping stimulated the essential vitality in his body with all his might and injected it into the sword of the true spirit like a torrent to help Moli refine the weapon spirit. At this moment, above Lu Ping's head, a deafening roar suddenly came from the pure Yang Five Elements Great Formation outside the Green Jade Canal. It even passed through the Green Jade Canal and into the water vein. Even Lu Ping was shocked by this deafening sound. Lu Ping raised his head and looked at the dragon transformed from the sword of the true spirit in the Zhenchen Great Formation. There was a hint of anxiety in his expression. Although Lu Ping did not participate in the battle at Luoxin Mountain, he did not need to guess to know that the battle at Luoxin Mountain must have been extremely tragic. However, Lu Ping knew that Xiao Baiyu and the 3 pure yang cultivators in the water vein were definitely enemies of Wuxing School. While Lu Ping was refining the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, there was such an explosion in the sky. Naturally, Lu Ping thought that it was related to the cauldron of heaven and earth. Wuxing School must have realized that something was wrong. Fortunately, Wuxing School's opponents were not easy to deal with, so Lu Ping had to speed up. In Lu Ping's opinion, Wuxing School would rather give up the water vein of the cauldron of heaven and earth and risk their lives to save the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Chapter 1244. The cyan flood dragon gradually coiled into a ball. There was a flash of light and a burst of dense spiritual energy rapidly shrank toward the center. The purple-gold true spirit sword appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping waved his hand and the true spirit sword flew back into Lu Ping's hand. The purple-gold sword was still gently trembling and there was light flowing around the sword. It was clear that after killing the water ape's artifact spirit, the quality of the true spirit sword had increased once more. However, although the sword itself had improved, the artifact spirit, Mo Li, wasn't having a good time. Mo Li could rely on Lu Ping and her main body to kill the water ape's artifact spirit, but she was only a grade 1 spirit treasure artifact spirit. The water ape's artifact spirit was at least at the pure yang level. It wouldn't be easy for Mo Li to devour the water ape spirituality. Linglong's wine cauldron hovered above Lu Ping's head. After the water ape's artifact spirit was killed by Mo Li, Linglong was no longer as frightened as before. However, the main culprit behind Lu Ping's narrow escape was Linglong's instigation. Lu Ping naturally knew that this couldn't be blamed on Linglong. In truth, this was an instinct that all artifact spirits, especially those of the same origin, had to strengthen themselves. Not to mention, the one who decided to continue attacking the water ape was Lu Ping himself. He was the root of everything. If Linglong was unwilling to leave when she saw the water ape's artifact spirit weakened and wanted to devour it, then Lu Ping's decision to take a gamble was definitely out of greed. Lu Ping knew Linglong must be drooling right now, but without Lu Ping's promise, she wouldn't dare to snatch the treasure from Mo Li's mouth. Although Mo Li was only a grade 1 spirit treasure, it was a heaven-opening remnant and Lu Ping's natal spirit treasure. Linglong couldn't compare to Mo Li. Most importantly, Mo Li's strength was so great that even a praying mantis would retreat when facing it. In truth, a heaven-opening relic was also a heaven-opening relic, and Mo Li was also a heaven-opening relic. After the water ape's artifact spirit was killed by Mo Li, its spirituality was an excellent target for Mo Li to devour. However, the grade of the water ape's artifact spirit was too high. At best, Mo Li was only a grade 1 spirit treasure's artifact spirit. Even if its body came from Jiao Daren's horn, the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth was not necessarily inferior to Jiao Daren's horn. Therefore, Lu Ping was unable to completely absorb the water ape's spirituality, and could only absorb its essence as much as possible. At this moment, with Lu Ping's promise, Linglong finally excitedly clung to the edge of the wine cauldron and carefully arrived beside Mo Li. The sword of true spirit trembled slightly, and Linglong immediately stopped not far away, not daring to move forward. However, she really coveted the water ape spirituality, so she could only fly around the sword of true spirit. At this moment, the sword of true spirit began to rapidly shrink, turning into a 3-inch sword that directly entered the space in Lu Ping's heart. In the place where the sword of true spirit had disappeared, a dazzling white ball of light filled with pure yang aura and extremely rich aura remained. This was the condensation of the water ape's spirituality essence. Of course, the essence had already been completely devoured by Mo Li. Seeing this, Linglong was overjoyed. She leaned on the edge of the wine cauldron and opened her mouth to suck. A white light extended from the ball of light and entered Linglong's mouth. Lu Ping saw that Linglong's stomach was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ball of light had only been reduced by half, but Linglong had already become a meatball. All right, that's enough. Do you want your stomach to burst? Although your body as a weapon spirit isn't afraid of being damaged, if you were to burst like this, all the spiritual light you absorbed earlier would have been wasted. In fact, Linglong had already reached her limit. However, when she saw that she had only obtained about half of the essence after using all her strength, she felt a little unwilling. After hearing Lu Ping's words, she reluctantly jumped into the wine cauldron and began to refine and absorb the spiritual and pure yang essence in her stomach. Lu Ping tilted his head slightly and said, "Brother Halves, aren't you going to absorb some as well?" The praying mantis shook its head and said, "These things are no longer of any use to us. You still have a few spiritual treasures under your command. Let's exchange them." Lu Ping laughed in his heart. It wasn't that this praying mantis was arrogant. It was just that this praying mantis had been chased by the water ape weapon spirit under Lu Ping's command and had cut it more than 10 times. Although the water ape weapon spirit's body was weakened every time it was cut, in fact, this praying mantis had already taken the lead. Even if it coveted these things now, there was no room for it to absorb and refine them. Therefore, it might as well pretend to be arrogant. In the future, it would be able to gain a lot of face among the spiritual treasure weapon spirits under Lu Ping's command. Lu Ping then released the thin water flowing sword, the nether water sword, the cloud sail, the purple jade bracelets, and the other spiritual treasure weapon spirits to absorb the remaining spiritual light balls. However, the weapon spirits of these spiritual treasures could only absorb a very limited amount. The reason for this, aside from the potential of these spiritual treasures themselves, was that the water ape was a water attribute weapon spirit after all. The thin water-flowing sword and the nether water sword could absorb a little more, but the other spiritual treasures were much weaker. At this time, there was only a quarter of the spiritual light balls left. The weapon spirits of the thin water-flowing sword and the other spiritual treasures had already returned to the core space to begin refining their gains. Lu Ping didn't know what to do with the remaining spirituality light orbs. The most important things in these light orbs were the spirituality and pure yang energy contained in them. Unfortunately, these things couldn't be preserved, especially the spirituality contained in the light orbs. After a long time, it would naturally dissipate. At this time, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and patted the other shoulder. Lu Xiaoping crawled up from behind Lu Ping and stood on the other shoulder. The original strength of this avatar of Lu Xiaoping's was only equivalent to a third of Lu Ping's strength when he was at the early Dharma stage. After Lu Ping had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, Lu Xiaoping's strength seemed to have lagged behind. After that, in the series of battles that Lu Ping had encountered, Lu Xiaoping had rarely used it. Even though this avatar was made with an 8,000-year-old willow wood as its foundation and was made using a secret technique passed down by the Longhuai ancestor, and was said to be able to grow stronger as its master's level of practice increased, this process was bound to be extremely long. It required a large amount of time and energy from Lu Ping's inner yuan to nurture it. Although Lu Xiaoping was completely under Lu Ping's control, perhaps it was because of the secret technique passed down by the Longhuai ancestor, or the spiritual wood that Lu Ping had nurtured for decades as the core of the avatar. Perhaps it was because of Lu Ping's immense strength and the pure yang energy contained within it. Perhaps it was because of the combination of these three factors, but after this avatar of Lu Xiaoping was refined by Lu Ping, it had actually developed a faint trace of spiritual intelligence. Since this was the case, why not let Lu Xiaoping also have a try? Perhaps it could also absorb the spiritual light ball of the water ape's weapon spirit. If it could not, then the quality of Lu Ping's avatar would inevitably increase again, and its strength would also increase. It would certainly greatly shorten the incubation time of Lu Ping, and Lu Ping himself would soon have a powerful helper, and he would also have one more trump card. In fact, Lu Ping was just trying it out. He summoned Lu Xiaoping, and then pointed at the spiritual light ball floating in front of him. Looking at Lu Xiaoping's bewildered expression, Lu Ping shook his head. Is it really not possible? Lu Ping thought for a moment, and simply grabbed Lu Xiaoping in his hand, and directly threw him into the pure yang aura ball. Then, he cast a levitation technique under Lu Xiaoping's feet to prevent him from falling out of the light ball. Unexpectedly, just after Lu Xiaoping fell into the light ball suddenly shrank towards the center. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. This guy really can absorb it, but it is still too stupid. Besides knowing to ask Lu Ping for the best quality spirit stones to maintain its body, its other instincts are really pitifully low. Soon, Lu Xiaoping's yi ya sounds of joy came from the light ball. Obviously, at this time, the little guy had already felt the benefits of the light ball, and began to play happily inside. Lu Ping saw that the light ball shrank again, and then it stopped moving, and the little guy was still laughing and playing inside. Lu Ping knew that he was not out of danger yet, so he stretched out his hand and kept the very unwilling Lu Xiaoping. Not bad, not bad. This little guy actually has expressions and likes. It seems that after absorbing the spiritual light ball, the spiritual wisdom of this avatar has indeed increased. As the last spiritual light ball, Lu Ping originally had no choice but to abandon it. Who would have thought that at this time, when Lu Ping was about to put away the natal Genchen array, the white feather lotus array closed, along with the 12 Genchen and the spiritual light ball. Lu Ping was stunned. As his natal mystic treasure, he naturally knew everything about the white jade lotus array formation like the back of his hand. After the spiritual light orb was absorbed by the lotus array formation, it was quickly absorbed by the 13 natal mystic treasures. Among them, the lotus array formation absorbed the most spiritual light orb. But at this time, the white jade lotus array was just a top spirit nurturing magic weapon. How could it absorb these spiritual light balls that contained rich pure yang qi? This made Lu Ping puzzled. He could only push these reasons to Jiao Daoren, who was most likely the creator of the 12 Genchen array. The 7th patriarch of Sky Splitter? They could even open up this world, so it seemed that it was not a big deal to let the spirit-nurturing magic weapons absorb pure yang qi, right? Just when Lu Ping trapped the water ape artifact spirit with the natal primal Chen array, Xiao Baiyu and the other 7 pure yang martial artists finally broke through the continuous attacks of the pure yang 5 disciples and came to the center of the 5 elements grand array at the cost of 2 serious injuries and 2 minor injuries. The treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, which was suspended high in the air, emitted dense colorful light to the surroundings, maintaining the operation of the pure yang 5 elements formation, and at the same time, trapping Xiao Baiyu and others in the formation. Relying on the magic of the formation and the combination of the 4 ape-headed and human-bodied device spirits, the pure yang 5 sons could travel through the void in the space of the 5 elements formation at will and appear privately without being discovered. At the same time, they could gather the power of the 5 people at any time and attack Xiao Baiyu and others repeatedly. Under the cauldron of heaven and earth, Shui Lingzi was sitting cross-legged. When he saw Xiao Baiyu and the others, he was shocked. He stood up and wanted to escape. However, Xiao Baiyu and the others had risked their lives to reach this step. How could he let Shui Lingzi escape so easily? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,